Honorable Ita Kanji-Morangi, our Minister of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation in the Republic of Namibia, Ms. Gabriela Ramos, the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, who's joining us online, Honorable Tulangano Merafe Sehoko, the Minister of Transport and Communications of Botswana, Honorable Prof. Dr. Amon Murirwa, the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education and Science and Technology Development in the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Ministers present this afternoon, Honorable Monica Amon Chang Anamuno, the Deputy Minister of Education, Science and Technology in the Republic of Malawi, Honorable Phili Mapulane, the Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Deputy Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament present this afternoon, Ms. Duduzile Simelane, representing the SADC Executive Secretary of the SADC Secretariat, Mrs. Mala M. Sikazwe Mulwanda, representing the Minister of Technology and Science in the Republic of Zambia, Prof. Loruno Machamane, representing the Minister of Science and Technology and Higher Education in the Republic of Mozambique, Ambassador Albertus Ahumub, our Ambassador of the Republic of Namibia to France and the Permanent Delegate to UNESCO, His Excellency Tebogo Siokolo, Ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to France and Chairperson of the SADC Group of Ambassadors to UNESCO, all UN representatives here this afternoon, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, local and international speakers here this afternoon, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, multicultural group, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Welcome to the Southern Africa Sub-Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence official opening ceremony happening right here in Windhoek, Namibia, and also streaming live across our online platforms. My name is Emma Theophilus, Member of Parliament and Deputy Minister of ICT in the Republic of Namibia, and I'll be your moderator for this afternoon's official opening session. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, this forum being held in a hybrid format that is both physically here in Windhoek and online under the theme Towards a Development-Oriented, Sustainable and Ethical Use of Artificial Intelligence brings together participants from the SADC region and beyond to explore the trends, benefits, and risks associated with AI in the Southern African region. This forum, ladies and gentlemen, is a unique opportunity for deliberation among African member states from SADC on how they can leverage synergies and shape a shared agenda for the full development and use of AI for the common good and chart ethical and human rights-based foundations in the face of the fourth industrial revolution. So in order to officially kick off this program, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the Honorable Dr. Ita Kanji-Morangi, the Minister of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation in the Republic of Namibia, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Emma Theophilus, our Deputy Minister of Information and Technology. Right Honorable Sarah Kungongelwa Amadila, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Namibia's Ambassador to France and UNESCO, South Africa's Ambassador to France and UNESCO, representatives of the Director General of UNESCO, and here I would like to recognize the ADG, or Assistant Director General, Mr. Matoko, who was pretty instrumental in actually laying the foundation for the genesis of this very forum. And at the same time, I would also like to recognize the ADG, Assistant Director General, Gabriela Ramos, who will be joining us virtually. The Director of the UNESCO Regional Office within Southern Africa, the Head of UNESCO Windhoek Office, Captain of Industries, heads of the various public enterprises, the Vice Chancellors from our universities, technical experts from across the world, representatives of different national commissions for UNESCO, senior government officials, our students and youth representatives, members of the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wish to take this opportunity to express Namibia's appreciation for co-hosting this important sub-regional artificial intelligence forum with UNESCO. For Namibia, this forum comes at the heels of our country's fourth industrial revolution readiness assessment exercise. An exercise that led Namibia to begin to carefully interrogate where we are as a country regarding our readiness on the fourth industrial revolution, including AI and other emerging technologies. This assessment compelled us as a country to closely look into general awareness, general AI awareness of the users. It also compelled us to look at requisite skills and competencies that we need as a country. It further made us look at our infrastructure in terms of the deficiencies thereof if we are to roll out AI or emerging technologies, and indeed also the relevant policy frameworks that we may need in order to do this. It also made us look closely at identifying and prioritizing some of the sectors to drive and benefit from the sustainable use of AI. Now, this AI sub-regional forum offers Namibia and all other SADC countries a wider platform at which we are to deliberate and seek to understand the use and benefits of AI and other emerging technologies, with a view to develop and optimize possible solutions for the different sectors while protecting important human values. We are honored to have you here, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Your presence this afternoon signals the high premium Namibia places on the use of these technologies for socio-economic development. I wish to also recognize and welcome colleague ministers and members of parliament in our midst. A special word of gratitude goes to honorable ministers and deputy ministers from our sub-region and SADC. Thank you indeed for honoring our invitation. You are most welcome. To our students and our youth experts, our scholars, our academics within the sub-region, as well as researchers, including industry in our respective countries, I dare say, together you are better placed to assist our nations in the sub-region to identify country-specific and common challenges that are amenable to AI solutions. Right Honorable Prime Minister, now is the opportune time for the region to wear innovative and creative hats and move forward strategically together to develop responsive policy frameworks and national strategies that will put into motion responsible and ethically AI-driven solutions for Africa. Therefore, harnessing the global partnerships across all our key sectors in the SADC region and beyond is imperative. It is critical that we invest in AI infrastructure, for we need to identify possible areas of collaboration towards technology mobilization aimed at developing AI centers of excellence, as well as industry-driven AI learning factories across the whole spectrum of our formal education systems. Indeed, for us to harness the full potential of AI for Africa's good and beyond, we require a holistic approach. For this mandate, I call upon my fellow ministers and our respective governments, with the support of UN agencies such as UNESCO, intergovernmental organizations such as AU and SADC, to be active participants, not only at the beginning of an event such as this, but really to work with us as a sub-region, as individual countries, to develop the ecosystem that speaks to the development of AI and its use. It is my hope that deliberations from this forum will touch on long-term and sustainable solutions on empowering national and regional research capacity towards AI societal-oriented solutions, which will propel economic emancipation towards meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and the overarching 2063. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the mandate before ourselves as SADC governments and our support structures towards building strong AI governance frameworks to enable the development of sustainable AI solutions that can address and development challenges within our nations, the region, and the global village as technology continues to infiltrate our different geographical boundaries. With that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanji Murangi, for those remarks. Indeed, all of us are welcome in the land of the brave, Namibia, the place of endless horizons. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to make a quick announcement that you should know that we have interpretation available in English, French, and Portuguese. For those of you joining us virtually, you can select the appropriate channel at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Please also note that in order to access the interpretation, you'll need to download, install, and use the latest Zoom application on your PC or laptop. If you're using a web browser, the interpretation and some other features will unfortunately not be available. So once again, we have interpretation in English, French, and Portuguese. Thank you so much again for those welcoming remarks. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, as you may know by now, this forum being held here in Windhoek and online is being co-hosted by the Government of the Republic of Namibia and UNESCO, with the 41st session of the General Conference of UNESCO unanimously adopted the operational strategy for Priority Africa 2022 to 2029. And therefore, to tell us more a little bit about that, I'd kindly ask you to shift your attention to the screens as we hear the remarks from Ms. Gabriela Ramos, who is the Assistant Director General of Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO, who will be delivering the remarks on behalf of the Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Audrey Azoulay. Ms. Gabriela, the floor is yours. We seem to not have sound. Just a moment, Ms. Ramos. We would just like to ensure we can hear your message.
Is it working now?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you so much. You may go ahead.
Thank you so much, Emma, and thank you for the effort. And Madam Prime Minister and distinguished honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, It is really my pleasure to open this UNESCO Southern Africa Sub-Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence. I want to thank again the Namibian government, and particularly the Honorable Minister Kanji Mrangi. She has just told you all the fantastic outcomes that we are expecting from this forum, the centers for excellence, the capacities, the research, really putting Africa at the forefront and the southern region on this very important technological revolution. I also welcome the honorable ministers from the Southern African countries, and I congratulate all the countries and participants for this very impactful event. And thank you so much for joining us. You are in full force to advance not only the meaningful discussions that we are going to have and that we are already having at the technical level, but to deliver results and ensure that Southern Africa has the place it deserves in shaping the digital revolution with artificial intelligence at the center. The forum will inform foundational, national, regional, and continental strategies with a powerful outcome document that will hope SADC will take forward. And I also salute our colleagues from the African Union. Your presence here, Madam Prime Minister, attests to the importance of this effort, and is it a clear signal of your determination to see this happening, and we are here to support you. UNESCO is also in full force. Besides having our regional director, Lydia Brito, and our country director, Dhafar Musa El Khaldoum, we have a strong team. Actually, people are wondering if somebody's left in Paris, but they are delivering in so many areas of the artificial intelligence agenda, be it on education, on skills, on gender, on the environment, on government capacities, on communications, on social and human sciences. We're actually even delivering the first document, a very interesting youth development analysis of how can you understand artificial intelligence, because it's very important that we can also explain it. We are all here to work with you and for you. And I would have loved to be physically with you if COVID had not decided otherwise. Being in Africa is not by chance. Being in Namibia is not by chance. It follows a decision in 2018 to hold regional forums in Africa on artificial intelligence. And as was mentioned by the minister, this is also the decision of the General Conference to signal emerging technologies and the implementation of the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence as a flagship in the operational strategy for Priority Africa 2022-2029. And actually, I have to say that this is really the very first time we're in full force with all this political leadership around the table, with Namibia at the center. We are delivering on what you ask us to do at the General Conference. And on this side, Namibia has been championing many strategic initiatives on emerging technologies, and the Presidential Task Force on the Fourth Industrial Revolution in 2021 is a state-of-the-art and actually a best practice. And I also want to recognize, because Namibia, through Ambassador Alberto Sauchoam and also the Deputy Ambassador in Molatrix Onwebo, had played a very important role in the development of the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. Actually, Namibia will continue to play a very important role in the work of the ethics of science, because Madame Onwebo is our president of the Intergovernmental Bioethics Committees. So we are very pleased to have this connection besides this important forum. In developing the recommendation, applause should also go to Emma Rootbank Blom from South Africa, who was our chair of the ad hoc expert group. Emma prepared the first draft with 24 experts. So I'm happy to say that without Africa and without African women, we would not have made it. And it's also symbolic that we have the minister, the prime minister, and I want to congratulate on that, because this really tells a lot about how much Africa is modernizing and advancing an agenda that is not so straightforward. And on the substance, we all know artificial intelligence is pervasive. The capacity of computer systems to derive analytical outputs from harvesting massive amount of data seems to have no limits. And this is why AI is so permeating every aspect of our lives, from simple day-to-day decisions to the allocation of public budgets in different areas of our economies. This prominent role of artificial intelligence is evidenced by the magnitude of private investments worldwide. In 2021 alone, almost $100 billion in private finance has been invested in artificial intelligence, which despite the pandemic is double the size of the year before. In Africa, artificial intelligence is being used to leapfrog in many fronts: the banking system, managing crop and land use, education, and AI has delivered extraordinary service during disaster recoveries, particularly in Mozambique, but in many other places. But we know that not everybody benefits from these technologies. On the contrary, with 80% of AI investment coming from the private sector, particularly from the North, AI is highly concentrated in few countries and firms. And this really highlights the relevance of today's conversation in Africa and why it is so important for African countries in the development of their strategic agendas. The lack of inclusion upstream, meaning is being done by few firms, few people, teams composed particularly for male from the North, derives also and explains probably the biases and discrimination with developing the algorithms downstream. The lack of commensurate voices from the global South or for women may result in the reproduction at scale of the inequalities and unfair outcomes that we experience in the real world. And the lack of access to data means that many of our companies will not be able to compete with this new raw material for the products and processes to come. The rapid spread of manipulation of this information, mass surveillance, or neurotech abuses had become common day-to-day news. And this is not only impacting our children or girls or youth, but it's impacting our whole societies and our democracies. Thus, it is clear that the challenge to master this revolution is not only to invest in the capacities to innovate, which is important for productivity and growth, but we need to do it in an ethical way if we want this to be sustainable. And that is why we need ethics. And that's why we need the strong regulatory frameworks and government capacities to direct the way the digital revolution is advances. And we are proud, we're really proud, and I thank you again, ministers from the continent, that member states have delivered the first global standard on the ethics of artificial intelligence to promote and protect human rights and human dignity, sustainability, and equality in the digital world. All 193 countries adopted the recommendation in the General Conference, and this is making sure that human values prevailed in the digital world, as well as the principles of accountability, transparency, privacy. But it does not stop there, because of course principles and ambition statements, there are many, many around the world. But the recommendation proposes concrete policy actions and government capacities to deliver on this goal. And UNESCO's agreement demonstrates that ethics is not just an afterthought, but the most important ingredient in the digital transformation. And here in Southern Africa, we are launching a regional implementation process. We chose this forum to present for the very first time, and this is coming at 4 o'clock today, the two specific tools that we are asked to develop, the readiness assessment methodology and the ethical impact assessment, with the support of the government of Japan, and I salute the ambassador that is joining us today. And then we must ensure that the African perspective is incorporated from the beginning. That's why we're bringing it today, because these tools that will be international and that will inform how do we move the implementation of the recommendation will have at the core the views and the perspectives of the Southern African countries. We are also pleased that an essential outcome of this forum is going to be the commitment to work together with the Namibian government and with SADC and other interested governments to set up a regulatory council, a regional regulatory council on the ethics of artificial intelligence. Such a democratic body will be vital for the years to come. It will ensure that Southern Africa maintains full oversight and holds a strong accountability on AI for inclusive developments. And this council cannot be only about governments, because as I said, the private sector is the one that is developing these technologies. And therefore we need to do it in a multi-stakeholder approach to bring the civil society. I know we have many organizations of the civil society in the room, and we invite them to be part of this journey and to bring the voices very strong and centered. And so we have many deliverables, as I mentioned. All the sectors of UNESCO are bringing together to the table something that will help members increase their capacity, deliver national AI strategies, look for how to bring the most salient knowledge that we have developed. And therefore, we believe this is going to be really a benchmark. The forum will be a benchmark for many others that we will be probably organizing all around the world. So this is a very important milestone in the journey towards greater and more cohesive global AI governance and for more inclusive and fair results. Count on UNESCO to continue pursuing these goals with you. I thank you, and I wish you the most fruitful discussions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gabriela Ramos, for delivering those remarks on behalf of Ms. Audrey Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed in our program, I'd like to announce a slight change. In the program, we'll not have Honorable Prof. Mohammed Belhossein, the Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology and Innovation of the African Union Commission, with us this afternoon. So unfortunately, they will not be here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you interested, we are streaming live on multiple platforms this afternoon. We are streaming on YouTube and Facebook on the MICT page, as well as on the UNESCO website. We are also broadcasting live on the Namibian national broadcaster, NBC1. Now to deliver remarks, I would like to invite the representative, Honorable Elias Mpendi Mahosi, the Executive Secretary of SADC Secretariat, Mrs. Duduzile Simelane, to deliver his remarks.
Program Director, who is the Honorable Emma Theophilus, the Deputy Minister responsible for Information and Communication Technology in the Republic of Namibia, the Right Honorable Prime Minister in the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sarah Kungongelwa Amadila, the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ita Kanji Murangi, who is the Minister of Higher Education and Technology and Innovation in the Republic of Namibia. I'd also like to recognize the Honorable Minister of the Republic of Botswana, who is here, the Honorable Minister of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I'd like to also recognize the Deputy Minister of the Republic of Malawi and the Deputy Minister of the Republic of South Africa. Also wish to recognize the Ambassador of Namibia to UNESCO in France, the Ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to UNESCO and France, and other representatives from the SADC member states here present. I also want to recognize the Director General of UNESCO, who is represented in this forum today by the Assistant DG, Gabriela Ramos. Wish to also recognize permanent secretaries, director generals, executive directors and senior government officials, vice chancellors and experts from academia, captains of industry and private sector partners, members of the diplomatic corps, international and regional cooperating partners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. A very good afternoon to you all. On behalf of the SADC Executive Secretary, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mpedi Mahosi, it is a pleasure to be part of this important conference. The Executive Secretary conveys his warmest greetings and best wishes for a successful event and would have loved to be present today with us, but was unable due to other pressing engagements. It is with great pleasure and honor that I address you this afternoon at this auspicious event of the Southern Africa Sub-Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence, convened here in the beautiful city of Windhoek, Namibia, the land of the brave. As the SADC region, we are grateful to the government of the Republic of Namibia, in partnership with UNESCO, for organizing and hosting this important conference, especially since we are recovering from a global pandemic, COVID-19. Right Honorable Prime Minister, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, in August of 2020, the SADC Summit approved the SADC Vision 2050 and the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, which we call the RISDP 2020-2030, both of which position education and training in science and technology and innovation as critical components of regional integration under what we call Pillar 1 on industrial development and market integration, and Pillar 3 on social and human capital development, respectively. One of the strategic objectives and outcomes of the SADC RISDP 2020-2030 is for the region to become an industrialized regional economy that is based on a competitive and facilitative environment, which includes infrastructure, skills, and sustainability, exploits its natural, skills and sustainably exploits its natural resources by leveraging on science, technology, and innovation. To achieve this RISDP strategic objective, the SADC region will need to go through a complete digital transformation process that touches upon all relevant sectors and priority areas of intervention. The world we live in today is continually changing, and one of the fundamental drivers is digital transformation, which will also contribute towards SADC's post-COVID-19 economic recovery. If there is one key takeaway from the pandemic, it is the importance of ICT, innovation, and technology as key enablers, as these have enabled business, education institutions, government sectors, and individuals to continue to communicate, do business, work, and work even from their homes, and most importantly, to respond effectively to the pandemic. This state of affairs propels us towards a future that cannot function without digital technologies, innovation, and technology. Right Honorable Prime Minister, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, there is a number of legal and policy instruments and frameworks to support and facilitate an enabling environment for sustainable development and growth, as well as regional integration and cooperation in a number of sectors, such as in education, in science, technology, and innovation. The Protocols of Education and Training of 1997 and the Protocol of Science on Science, Technology, and Innovation of 2008 are key legal instruments which we are implementing as a region through a number of regional programs and projects to advance the development of education and skills, science, technology, and innovation. Let me highlight some of the key policies, strategies, and frameworks, such as the Southern Africa Development Community Qualifications Framework, the SADC Qualifications Recognition Manual, the Regional Open and Distance Learning Strategic Plan of 2022-2023, the Regional Education for Sustainable Development Strategic Framework, and the SADC Cyber Infrastructure Framework, among others, are some of these key policy instruments and strategies that we are implementing. Last but not least, I'd like to also mention that there is also the Charter on Women in Science, Engineering, and Technology Organization, which we call WISETO, among others. Right Honorable Prime Minister, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, in the digital economy space, I wish to highlight the fact that the global network of economic and social activities that are enabled by information and communications and technologies such as internet, mobile, and sensor networks remain critical. It includes the conduct of communications, financial transactions, agriculture, education, entertainment, and business using computers, mobile phones, and other devices. In addition, the fourth industrial revolution has further multiplied these possibilities by the introduction of emerging technologies, technological breakthroughs in fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, and so on, and other areas. Startups and entrepreneurs and innovation hubs within SADC have a unique opportunity to participate and even drive these technological innovations. Fundamental to the digital economy is the facilitation of e-commerce and the creation of e-commerce ecosystems within the SADC region. In this regard, the tripartite consisting of SADC, the East African Community, and COMESA, with the support of the European Union's program for the enhancement of governance and enabling environment in the ICT sector, which we call the EGEICT, has embarked on an e-commerce study across the region, which will review the status quo, identify gaps, and provide recommendations for policymakers and stakeholders. However, the foundation to a digital economy is putting in place the right digital infrastructure, as well as the digital transformation of the SADC region and the way we do business. Digital transformation is about putting the emphasis on how digital services and applications will change and transform the citizens' experience and the way we do business in a way that will lead to improvement in the quality of life and well-being and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. The SADC Secretariat has embarked on a study that will lead to the development of the SADC Digital Transformation Strategy to guide the transformative process of the region to an inclusive digital economy. This regional strategy will also identify key strategic capacities and capabilities for the fourth industrial revolution. The SADC Digital Transformation Strategy will be a forward-looking blueprint to maximize the potential of digital technology, to create a digital economy where all players, startup innovation hubs, and business incubators can participate and benefit. Essential to this will be the facilitation of digital trade through putting in place appropriate legal and regulatory frameworks and policies, of which the Protocol on Trade and Services is one, as well as appropriate infrastructure promotion of entrepreneurship, removal of barriers to digital trade, as well as digital skills capacity building across the region. The other important instrument that supports the digital transformation agenda in SADC is the SADC Protocol on Trade and Services, which I have briefly alluded to just right now, which entered into force on the 13th of January 2022, following ratification by 11 of the 16 SADC member states. The protocol provides the framework for a preferential trade agreement covering all commercial and tradable services in any service sectors within the SADC region. The protocol also aims to encourage increased intra-regional trade in services through the gradual removal of unnecessary or burdensome regulation affecting the cross-border supply of services within the region, a process known as progressive liberalization. The region has concluded the first round of sectoral negotiations in 2019, covering the following sectors: communication, financial, tourism, transport, construction, and energy-related services. A second round of sectoral negotiations was approved by the trade ministers in 2021, and these covered regional trade in the remaining sectors, namely business services, distribution, education, health and social services, as well as environmental services, recreational and cultural and sporting services. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation is very broad and will require the coordination and participation of a wide range of stakeholders to achieve, but we cannot afford to leave out any of our citizens behind. Our rural communities, persons with disabilities, women and youth, including any other disadvantaged groups, regardless of age, gender, location, or circumstances, must benefit from digital transformation through increased financial inclusion, access to information, and improved digital skills, which will enable them to contribute to the digital economy meaningfully. Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to reiterate the key thematic areas identified in digital transformation, and these include ICT infrastructure for connectivity, the new and emerging technologies such as AI, as we have heard over this past week, last few days, and other areas including entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems, e-governance, health, agriculture, e-commerce, education, and other important areas. The SADC digital transformation strategy will also be aligned to the African Union digital transformation strategy, and we must thank and commend the African Union for leading the way in this regard. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Comprehensive Situation Analysis Report and Regional Consultative Process on the development of the SADC digital transformation strategy highlights key gaps and the current status quo within the region. The following are some of the gaps and challenges identified. The first is the digital and technical and tech gender gap. SADC has engendered women empowerment and gender equality across sectors at the regional and national level. And in 2019, SADC adopted a regional multidimensional women's economic empowerment program aimed at promoting women's economic empowerment and gender-responsive development. ICT is among the sectors where women are underrepresented, and as such, a gender gap also exists in the digital economy that is growing very quickly. It is therefore important to strengthen women's empowerment in the ICT sector by developing national and regional initiatives that foster the participation of women and girls. Basic and advanced digital skills gaps exist as one of the challenges. Skills penetration is low for most of the SADC countries. For example, in such areas as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and other emerging technologies, the demand versus supply gap in digital skills remains high in the SADC member states. The region needs to make concerted efforts to close the gap through collaboration with partners and stakeholders working in this area. There is also a fragmented research landscape which has been identified. While SADC has research capabilities in academia and public research organizations, the downside is that these activities are fragmented within the member states. We need to work towards better coordination and coherence for advancement of impact and change. The issues of access to technology must be coupled with socio-economic development. Innovations in healthcare, education and agriculture must address the pressing issues faced particularly by the most vulnerable members of society. Policymaking and regulation of digital technologies are still unclear in areas including liability, right to explain, and data access. Issues of compliance remain a great concern which needs to be addressed through appropriate policy and regulatory mechanisms. There are many misconceptions and large-scale misinformation about technology systems in societal debates, technology seems not to be fully accepted by society, especially on issues related to data protection. And I think the issue of awareness was amplified in this meeting the last few days, which we need to embark on to bring comfort to the citizens and that we inspire the confidence and trust of the citizens in these digital technologies. Developing a single African digital market with harmonized data policies across the region or across the continent would help African technology companies. For the region and Africa to fully participate in the digital economy and leverage emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, we need to address the infrastructure challenges such as sustainable energy and universal and affordable access to internet. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, as we are developing the SADC digital transformation strategy, the Secretariat is also engaging in a process of identifying centers of excellence and centers of specialization in priority sectors and regional value chains. Investment in digital skills will be a key component of the draft SADC digital transformation strategy. In this regard, the Secretariat has embarked on a project under the SADC Regional Infrastructure Development Master Plan to establish a regional ICT Center of Excellence, which is envisaged to train and empower our citizens with digital skills and thereby bridge the digital gap in the region. The center will offer capacity building, research, and innovation in all aspects of digital transformation, from regulatory matters to emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, the Internet of Things, and others. The Secretariat is also embarking on a regional project to develop and operationalize the SADC University of Transformation, as endorsed by the SADC heads of state and government at their meeting in 2017. A comprehensive regional skills audit was also concluded in 2019 in the priority regional value chains and the fourth industrial revolution skills to facilitate advancement of industrialization. Once established and operational, the SADC University of Transformation, which is a virtual university, will play a key role in developing regional skills in the areas of the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation, among others. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I'm happy to share that at the recently held ministers' meeting, ministers responsible for education, training, science, technology, and innovation in Malawi in June 2022, the ministers considered and approved the regional ethics guidelines, which have been developed for use by individual researchers, research institutions, and governments in member states as a standard approach to applying moral, ethical, and professional codes of research integrity and conduct, and good ethical practices when undertaking research. The ministers further called for the guidelines to be updated to include ethics on artificial intelligence and report at the next meeting in June of 2023. The Secretariat, in partnership with the South African Center for High-Performance Computing, has also rolled out a number of high-performance computing infrastructure in the region and is also providing a number of capacity-building interventions in the area of high-performance computing. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, you may have realized that resource mobilization will be one of the most critical elements to support our conference recommendations, which we will be making tomorrow in this area of AI, especially regarding areas around policy, skills development, and infrastructure development and investment. It is therefore important to address and explore all options and funding mechanisms, including investment measures that governments can expedite to facilitate the inward flow of foreign direct investment, to develop the relevant digital infrastructure and platforms and provide access to digital technologies, services, and other aspects. Furthermore, in 2019, the SADC ministers responsible for education and training, science, technology, and innovation endorsed and approved the first regional report on research and development investment. As per the 2019 report, the majority of SADC member states reported a gross expenditure on research and development as a percentage of GDP of less than 1%. The need and the importance of increased investments for research and development is also adopted within the framework of the UN SDGs, in particular, goal number 9 on building resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. The World Science Report of 2021, published by UNESCO, states that globally 80% of the countries still invest less than 1% of GDP in R&D. The report also states that the G20 countries still account for 9/10 of the research expenditure, researchers, publications, and patents. I'm hopeful that our international cooperating partners who are in the audience and elsewhere, the public and private sector entities from the region can come on board for us to forge smart and innovative partnerships in pursuit of our common goals and aspirations in realizing the full potential of AI and digital transformation in our region and on the continent. Once again, Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are delighted as a SADC Secretariat on behalf of the Executive Secretary to be part of this important conference, which is being hosted here in our region, and we're very proud of that. We will work with UNESCO and other strategic partners to implement the recommendations of the conference, including the UNESCO recommendations on ethics of AI, which were adopted during the 41st session of the organization's General Conference in November of 2021, including the open science recommendations. In the coming days, as you will be aware, the UN 77th session of the General Assembly will be convened under the theme, A Watershed Moment, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges. The African Union and the UN partners during the UN General Assembly will be adopting a declaration within the framework of a high-level dialogue under the theme, Transforming Education in Africa. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the ES, let me take this opportunity to thank the government of the Republic of Namibia for hosting this important conference once more. In partnership with UNESCO, we want to thank all the member states, regional and continental and international cooperating partners who have contributed to the successful hosting of this conference. The SADC region remains committed to working with all of you to ensure that the vision, mission, and goals of the region are realized as articulated in the SADC Treaty, in the SADC Vision 2050, and in our blueprint, the RISDP, in alignment with the realization of the African Union Vision 2063 and the UN SDG Agenda of 2030. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Duduzile Simelane, for giving those remarks on behalf of the SADC Secretariat. Indeed, emerging technologies and technological breakthroughs are here to stay. You also raised something very important around women and tech, but thankfully in the region we're seeing more and more women ministers in the area of tech. In fact, if we look at the program, ladies and gentlemen, so far it has only been dominated by women. So I think we are moving in the right direction. So thank you very much, Ms. Duduzile, for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, I would like to invite up our multicultural group to come and give us an item before we move on to the next item on our program. So the multicultural group, the floor is yours. Let's give a multicultural group a round of applause. That is the group that portrays the various cultural and diversity of the Republic of Namibia. And since we're in the Southern African region, I'm sure many of us can resonate with one or two of the cultural performances. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, moving on with our program, ladies and gentlemen, some months ago, His Excellency Dr. Hage G. Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, established and appointed a presidential task force on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, with a mandate, amongst others, to conduct a country readiness assessment for leveraging the Fourth Industrial Revolution in the country. And therefore now, to give us a technical presentation on the key role of the artificial intelligence as a Fourth Industrial Revolution enabler of a green and inclusive industrialization for Namibia, I would like to invite the chairperson of the Namibia Presidential Fourth Industrial Revolution Task Force, Prof. Anicia Peters. Let's give her a round of applause.
Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Theophilus, honorable ministers, both from outside of Namibia as well as inside Namibia, the esteemed ambassadors, heads of missions, as well as other members of the diplomatic corps, members from UNESCO directly, and all of the esteemed delegates present here today. Good afternoon. It's quite a privilege for me to stand here and present on the key role of AI as 4I enabler of a green and inclusive industrialization. Permit me, though, for a moment, as I was reflecting on the discussions that we've had over this 1.5 days, some of my own reflections that had come to mind, or experiences, if you wish. I had to board a plane on United Airlines from San Francisco in May. When I wanted to go on board, I was informed that I didn't need to show my boarding pass. I should simply look into the camera and my face will board me. I asked them that I have not consented to this, to facial recognition being used in lieu of the boarding pass. I asked them about my data, where they've plugged in to sort of get my data from for building the profile for facial recognition. I was informed that you don't need to give consent. By boarding the plane, you're giving consent. So, if you refuse, you will be denied boarding. I was then reminded in 2012, I co-authored with my PhD professor an article in the Business Horizons journal on the future of emerging technologies, the future of consent, the future of privacy, the future of data protection, in particular, facial recognition, which we had flagged at the time as very dangerous. If you're interested, you can look it up. It was called Mavitas. It was covered in some of the US newspapers, including recently in, I think, 2020. So that was at the time that we had done predictive analysis to say where technology is going to and the ethics thereof. We looked at it at that time already. One of my major research that I carried out was dubbed the Minority Report research, because I looked at anonymous analytics of customers, citizens, and using technology to influence their decision-making. Now, over the years, there were many interesting applications to be done. Even here in Namibia, I have about, I think, 6 of my students here who had worked with me on various projects, where we oftentimes had to hold back on rolling out an algorithm, rolling out a technology, publishing that research. Why? Because of the ethics thereof, because of the harm that it could do. So, this is always the dilemma, and I think that as much as we're talking to policymakers today, we're also looking at not only the AI, but we're looking at the creators and designers, the computer scientists in this room today as well. Because we're always challenged with the ethical decisions of, do we let it go out? It's cool new tech, right? Feather in my cap. It's a new article. Or do we really consider the harm that it will do? And that is why we need policies on the ethics of AI for everybody. So now I'll start with what I'm supposed to be doing. So On the 1st of June 2021, His Excellency the President appointed an 8-member task force on the 4th Industrial Revolution. The 8-member task force consisted out of 6 members who were in Namibia. 2 of them are the 2 vice-chancellors of our state universities. One is the founder of the Internet Society. We had a principal economist from the Bank of Namibia. And then we also had a strategic executive from the Investment Promotion Board responsible for MSMEs, investment and innovation. And then we also had Professor Tsilitsi Marala, the Vice-Chancellor of University of Johannesburg, whom you listened to yesterday, as well as Dr. Martijn Davis from Deloitte, South Africa, Managing Director responsible for emerging markets in Africa. We had a task that we had to do that was pro bono, and on top of everything else we had to do, and we were asked to do a country 4IR readiness assessment. We were supported by the Presidential Advisor for Youth and Enterprise Development, as well as key ministries. And then, because we did not have funding, we actually had the universities, University of Namibia, NUST, as well as University of Johannesburg, avail researchers who equally worked during the 10% community service time doing the research for us. So, one of the themes that we early on had to engage with in order to see what goals are we aspiring to when we want to develop, the environment and technologies to leverage the 4IR, we needed to interrogate what we wanted to do. And the theme was then 4IR as enabler for green and inclusive industrialization. Industrialization, because of our Vision 2030, Namibia's aspirations towards an industrialized nation. The green refers to our green and blue economy, and the new developments on green hydrogen. And as you know, as we're developing the country as a green hydrogen hub, it also means that there is a lot of AI deployments just within that sector, manufacturing sector, but also in the entire value chain of green hydrogen. And then, of course, on our climate action aspirations, green IT and sustainability. Inclusiveness basically referred to our Namibian notion of our president always talks about a one Namibia house. Nobody should be left behind. We should spread resources, and the president is usually very adamant about taking everybody along, including everybody, so listening to as many voices as possible. And then, of course, one of my passion areas is also inclusive technology design and development. Ethical and responsible AI is non-negotiable because we're looking at everybody. And then also to mitigate the negative effects of AI, such as inequalities and widening digital divides, not only elsewhere, but also in Namibia across our different regions. So we divided ourselves up into 6 work streams. Then we did stakeholder engagements, a country readiness survey, as well as a conference and expo, and then of course we augmented all of that with secondary desk reviews. Engagements were done with 660 individuals, 160 organizations, about 400 conference and expo participants, 514 who participated in our online survey, and we also included voices that we could capture from social media, print and television sentiments and dialogues. Our stakeholder engagements primarily informed the design of the tool that we use for our assessment. The middle of the tool that we used the standard instrument from the World Economic Forum for the future of production. But then we looked at preconditions, and we contextualized it to Namibia. What would preconditions look like for the 4IR? And we grouped it into infrastructure, education, and innovation systems. Then we also looked at what would be the broader applications that Namibians would consider that we would have to prioritize for leveraging the 4IR. I want to give an acknowledgement that remember that University of Johannesburg was part of our research teams. So Professor Erika Kramer-Mubula, she's a research chair of 4IR at University of Johannesburg. So she and the team, together with teams at UNAM and the task force, then formed the team who was conducting this research. So perhaps just 319 of our respondents were companies, so CEOs of companies in Namibia, and 195 were other, meaning education, broader stakeholder groups, government, etc. So, on the readiness assessment, it was the first time that Namibia actually is scored amongst the 200 countries. So it's the first time that we can see how Namibia is faring in comparison to other countries, and we can also see what are the areas that we need to improve. The FOP is divided into structure of production. We got a score of 3.0, and that looked at complexity, economic complexity, as well as the scale. And on the scale, for instance, we scored on the manufacturing value added, 11% of the GDP, which is declining since 2015, but is actually quite a good score still that we got. Drivers of production, we scored a 3.9, and there were 6 elements individually weighted and scored under that. So this is out of 10. So to give you just an idea, I will not go into all of it, but this is basically under drivers of production, what is being measured in particular. So then the World Economic Forum then places countries into a quadrant, whether you are high potential, leading, legacy, or nascent. Nascent means least ready for the 4IR, limited current base, and at risk for the future. And all of the African countries that were scored are classified as nascent. So all of us are classified as least ready. Namibia's score then takes us, as you can see, we have countries above us who were scored higher: Ghana, Botswana, Morocco, Tunisia, South Africa, Mauritius, and then there were those countries who were scored below us. With this, one can also see in our report, of course, we have specific implications for what the score means and what are some of the factors or improvements that you can do to increase your score. So in the interest of time, I won't go through everything because I want to get to recommendations. But on preconditions for the 4IR and also AI, Namibia mostly scored average for infrastructure. So infrastructure as predeterminant would be water, it would be transport, it would be energy, solid waste, and then of course also your digital infrastructure. As far as connectivity is concerned, data centers, so that's what is put into that scoring mechanism. And so mostly average for our infrastructure, even on electricity, where we are about 56% of our country has and citizens have electricity. However, we were kind of like middle of the road when we were comparing ourselves to other countries within the region. The only caveat with that one is it's very stable, whereas other countries have increased. In Namibia, it's very stable. However, I have seen that there are already attempts to, to electrify more areas. And then, of course, our very high data cost, and device cost for that matter, as well as the absence of a national data center and data fragmentation were some of the key things that came out in infrastructure. In infrastructure, what comes out key as well, and that goes with data and everything, is cybersecurity. Namibia is at high risk for cybersecurity, also due to the absence of laws. Then under education, this was the one where we took really a hit as a country because we scored essentially almost below average for most of them, and because education needs to be almost to be reinvented. It's a new way of teaching, new way of delivery of education, new programs, so all of that comes in there. We need to look at basic, tertiary, informal, lifelong learning, apprenticeship. It's a whole value chain that we need to look at. Industry especially perceived that their workforce is inadequately skilled for the work that they need to do, and we scored below average on current and future, about the lowest in the region. And there is a lack of advanced digital skills in the country. Namibia is one of the countries who actually invests more into education than others. So we were doing well on investment into education, doing well on enrollment into higher education institutions. However, our score was extremely low on output of digital skills from our higher education institutions. So that's something for us to work on. And then the other one that we looked at is innovation systems. This one had good scores, especially from industry. There's some innovations going on. A lot of them has to do with using digital technologies in our startup environments. Entrepreneurs, they also use digital technologies to advance their businesses. There is, though, some factors that hamper them and that we are looking in the recommendations in particular to resolve those matters. There is, however, they indicated some missing support systems, especially from universities, lacking investment, and then an inadequate legislative environment that doesn't support the agility of future business models that are enabled by AI. So, with that brief, the report is 172 pages, but because of time, I'm jumping to the recommendations. So we built a nice house, and we basically looked at the recommendations coming from all of the sources, and remember that we had this robust engagement, so this is then what culminated in the end. So the first one is that we had like a strategy for this, a strategy for that, a strategy for that. So all of the recommendations that came to us had strategies. And we already had a problem with fragmentation and a coordination problem, right, across institutions, across activities, across events, etc., and duplication sometimes. So it didn't help for us to say, okay, we're just going to go with a national digital strategy because everybody else was saying, okay, then it was a national AI strategy then. So we said, okay, a national consolidated 4IR strategy that will take care of all of these sub-strategies. However, then we were looking at, okay, but then if you do the consolidation, or somebody needs to actually do the consolidated 4IR strategy, we then recommended that we set up a national 4IR commission for a limited period of time, like 5 years. And from that, they can then oversee the national consolidated 4IR strategy, as well as the initial implementation thereof. However, ministries are still responsible for those ones, the recommendations that fall under their ambit. Then policy and legislative environment, financing and investment are two key recommendations that's overarching, that has to be there. It's imperative that it's there, but it is also two of the recommendations that it's more easily achievable. It's not something, that it's not, we can't do it, it's going to take forever. So we were recommending specific interventions in those two, on financing models, etc., on how we can actually achieve those. And then we've also highlighted which legislative pieces are the most important. We have actually also worked with World Economic Forum and Agile Nations to develop a 4IR checklist for Namibia that will assist in the review of legislation and speed it up so that we can see where legislation is a stumbling block, an enabler or a disabler of AI and 4IR adoption. So then we have, of course, when we're looking at the future of production, the 4IR human capacity education reform is very important. For 4IR and for AI development, we cannot purely look at formal education, formal degrees. It has to come, first of all, from the school level. They have to prepare, I usually call them kids, the learners, from an early age onwards. And we've heard, what are some of those skills that we need to teach, which includes coding, but is not limited to coding. It is also the quality of math and science education, as well as, all of these digital literacy skills, etc. We need to bring it up. I'm sorry to do this, but there was something in the report that actually came up. You know how Namibia was scoring low or below average on so many pillars. And then there was one score where, where we were saying, this is interesting. Namibia actually scored on the quality of math and science education higher than South Africa and Tanzania. Now, we always look at South Africa and Botswana, as sort of our competitors in the region. And so that was something that I wanted to say that we picked up on there, which was like, okay, not all is lost. So a lot of potential. So that definitely is for us a must. And of course, for 4IR, you need on vocational training. That's the one that needs to come up stronger, because you can't put everything and everybody to the university. The informal learning as well, apprenticeship, that will come in from the private sector side. So we really need everybody in one big pot to make this happen for our skills development. However, skills development will feature in our very last recommendation, and that's actually how we're going to tackle it in the short term. 4IR infrastructure electrification, ICT infrastructure need to be expanded, coverage need to be expanded. So those ones come into the infrastructure, and that is sort of one of our foundations. Then we looked at future of work. We were looking at everybody is scared that, well, many people, I always say that many people were saying, like, if you guys come with this report, then it means that, we will have massive job losses because of AI. And I always said, well, when we come out with the report, it's not like tomorrow there's going to be like all of those job losses and robots flying around in the air and taking the jobs, etc. But of course, it is a risk. And we need to look at risks. We need to identify it, and we need to work out mitigating factors. So in future of work, it is not only that we have to have skills audits and occupation reclassifications and relooking our entire sort of, work system and what are the skills that we need for the future and currently. We also need to look, for instance, at another issue, which was immigration, for instance. And this morning we talked about the free movement of specialists and skills throughout Africa. So it all comes into that. But because of this fear of job losses, we can say that it is a transformation of skills. We can say when we lose jobs in one sector, we recreate them in another sector. We retrain and upskill. The reality of the matter is that it won't be always possible, and certainly not overnight. So therefore, we've also recommended that a sectoral audit be done, and that those jobs that are manual, but heavily, that our workforce is heavily dependent upon, those ones could be protected for a short time from automation. So that was one of the recommendations that we gave under that. I want to skip e-government for a moment because it actually speaks to the AI Institute. And then global trade and investment is another one that we need to look at. As I said, we gave some recommendations for financing models. We gave recommendations for incentives for businesses, for instance. We also gave a lot of recommendations on e-commerce gateways, payment gateways, because in Namibia, this is a very big stumbling block, not only for the entrepreneur on the street or for the CCI industry, but also for the tourism sector, just for everything. So there we have a very, I call that the one big linchpin. If we can manage as a country to solve that problem, it will actually help us achieve a lot more. A lot of other things will fall into place. So, and if we look at the global indexes, we usually see for Namibia, it's the e-commerce payment gateways. That's a problem, that's a barrier to sort of cross-border trade. And then there's another one, that's another barrier, and that's cybersecurity within the country. So those are sort of the two high-flying pointers that we always see. Of course, I mentioned cybersecurity, so recommendation is prioritize it. Let us get to work on this. So we can't sit on it anymore. There are many, many things. The projects that I told you about where we were not able to pursue and roll out those algorithms and new technologies and publish the research has to do with cybersecurity. So that's a big one for Namibia. And then, of course, R&D and innovation. We spoke about innovation systems. Of course, innovators need to be better supported. It's interesting that most respondents actually felt that government is responsible for innovation. But that is perhaps a perception that we need to change, that innovation can come and be driven from anywhere else. And then, of course, looking at research and development, this one we had also quite a bit in there, because Namibia's full-time researchers is lagging. The research density for the country is very low. So in the region, we're really lagging on that. We need R&D facilities, we need R&D investment, and of course, we need the skills development for R&D. The National Data Center, it's actually higher up in the recommendations. It's something like number 3 or so, is a must. In Namibia, I don't know, in the other countries, I know that it is oftentimes a problem, but within Namibia, we have fragmentation of data. We have a lack of ownership at times of data. Our data sits somewhere where we don't have access to. So we don't have interoperability standards. Now, our Office of the Prime Minister has been working on this, but the work needs to be accelerated. And the work needs to be harmonized as well. There are a number of things under data. As you know, data is the new oil, and in Namibia, we don't have even enough data available to feed our subsystems or to make insights. But also, we're talking about open data. For Namibia, this is not a reality at this point in time. If we don't even have our data consolidated and cleaned and accurate and have some form of data integrity, that speaks to the 6 dimensions of data quality, then how would you then enable open data policies? But if you have all of that in place, then you can enable open data policies that will actually also foster open innovation, which means that you can build controls around your data and you have ownership of that data and you can determine what data is available, what sets are available, and what is being done with the data. So for us, data is really one of the, of the big things, and if we could appeal to the cabinet and the ministers and the president, that is one of the key things that we really need in Namibia. Then the final one was a National AI Institute. And here I want to go, maybe help. I want to go to point number 13. Establish a national, I'm not in control. A National AI Institute to support 4IR adoption. So now, esteemed delegates, please permit me for a moment. Just follow the logic on this one. If you establish a national data center, next to it is your AI Institute, because your AI Institute will be dependent also on your data. But your AI Institute is building up skills in AI, and some of those skills are data engineers, data scientists, etc., who can support your data center. Then, once you do that, you attract skills, you build up skills, because one thing we don't have, we have very few skills in AI in Namibia. I see the same 2-3 persons again and again and again and again. And I asked them this morning, after 5-6 years, why haven't we grown? Why don't we have new people coming into the fold? We actually had a discussion about that. We need to get a critical mass of skills who can train in turn other skills. So within your institute, that's what you do as well. You do skills training. Second thing is you do R&D within that institute. So you develop new, responsible, and ethical AI applications. Remember I said e-government? That's where you develop your e-government applications and technologies. That's where you can service the private sector, who said in the surveys to us that they don't know how to integrate sometimes AI. They want to do it into their business models, but they don't know, or they're unaware, or they don't know where to find the skills. That's where you service them. Under our economic complexity, it was indicated that we need to diversify our product mix, right? And our sectors, because our manufacturing base is too small. If you go out on a digital service model, same as India, Taiwan, etc., we have a lot of unemployed youth that we can upskill, and we can actually start building ethical and responsible AI applications, not only for Namibia, not only for the government or the private sector, but across borders, because it is borderless. We can sit anywhere and develop technologies for anything. So if you do that, that will also inform your policies on what needs to change and what needs to be adapted. So those were the 13 recommendations that we as a task force came up with. In looking at the landscape study of AI policies and use in Southern Africa, also, if one looks at this and the recommendations that came from here, what we recommended, we have a little bit more, but what we had recommended is actually contained within this. So we are sort of on par. And this is my final, I don't know whether it's a sentence, but I just quickly want to read to you, to remind you, what are those recommendations and key opportunities that were recommended in this booklet of UNESCO. It is policy, legislation, regulatory mechanisms and oversight, partnership framework, infrastructure, technical AI service, consultation and benchmarking, education, research, and capacity building. Capacity building includes also ensure that we have an equal representation of women as designers and creators of technology. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Anisha Peters, for that impressive report with very specific recommendations in highlighting how artificial intelligence can be a 4IR enabler for green, inclusive industrialization for Namibia. So thank you very much. Another round of applause for her. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're moving along with our program, we have now come to the most important part, which is to listen to our keynote speaker. I've been given a very difficult task of introducing her, which I will not do because I think I will fall very short in doing so. So I would like to kindly ask you to rise as we welcome to the podium the Right Honorable Sarah Madila, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, to deliver the keynote address and to officially open this forum.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings. You may please take your seats, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Emma Theophilus, Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Honorable Lucas Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, Dr. Ita Kanji Murangi, Minister of Education, Technology and Innovation of Namibia, and other honorable ministers and deputy ministers from Namibia, as well as our guests, the ministers from the 8 invited countries in Southern Africa, all their representatives who are here. Ms. Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Human and Social Services, representing Ms. Audrey Azule, Director General of UNESCO, Professor Lydia Brito, UNESCO representative for Southern Africa, Your Excellency Ambassador Albertus Auchmub, Namibia's permanent representative to UNESCO, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, good afternoon. I am very sorry I had to rush out because other official duties were calling, but I am very happy that we are still here and I can deliver this address. It is my distinct pleasure to be here with you today at the Southern African Sub-Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence, a forum organized by the Namibian government in collaboration with UNESCO to provide a mapping for the development and the use of artificial intelligence and to discuss key issues, challenges, and opportunities for the application of artificial intelligence in Southern Africa. Namibia started positioning herself for the artificial intelligence when President Hage Geingob appointed an 8-member task force in July of last year with a mission to assess Namibia's readiness for the 4th Industrial Revolution and make recommendations regarding policy and legislative frameworks. The establishment of this task force is set out under the Economic Advancement pillar of the Harambee Prosperity Plan 2, which states that the 4th Industrial Revolution has the potential to usher in a new set of disruptive and transformative opportunities for countries. Government recognized that if the 4th Industrial Revolution is not analyzed and studied appropriately, It has the ability to widen the inequality chasm and can materially diminish the ability of Namibians to grab the opportunities presented by the fourth industrial revolution. In recognition of the significance of this inflection point, a national fourth industrial revolution country assessment was commissioned to ascertain Namibia's digital labor profile, reskilling requirements, and the impact of artificial intelligence on labor force dynamics and future of work. The task force presented its report to the government in July this year, and government is busy studying the recommendations in order to come up with the implementation plan. Further, the onset of COVID-19 pandemic and the prolonged global economic downturn have reaffirmed the need for inclusive, agile, and smart governance frameworks that are responsive to the need for efficient public service delivery. Hence, with all these efforts, Namibia strives to position herself strategically to leverage opportunities presented by the fourth industrial revolution by fostering agile governance principles and data-driven policymaking. Our focus is not only on government systems, but also to enhance collaboration among stakeholders, including the private sector, development partners, and the citizenry. I thus applaud our co-organizers of this forum, UNESCO, for enabling us to bring together different stakeholders from Southern Africa to deliberate on this important subject. Despite the efforts being put in place by different member states, Africa still lags behind other countries, particularly with regard to internet and technology access, infrastructure, and education. Strategic partnerships between governments, academic institutions, and industry will allow for the development of critical skills to move the continent forward. Industry, public sector, and academia collaborations are fundamental to creating a thriving artificial intelligence ecosystem in Africa. Africa is endowed with a large workforce that will need to be reskilled to adapt to the new reality that artificial intelligence and other advancements in technology and innovation will bring about. We should therefore actively leverage on our collective capacities as nations and institutions within the region by embracing the culture of collaboration. Countries with advanced infrastructure necessary to facilitate the adoption of artificial intelligence should share their experience and resources with others where necessary, in order to avert any kind of inequalities like the ones experienced in the development and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. I am thus happy that the forum will formulate concrete recommendations for the development of a comprehensive action plan for the development of artificial intelligence in Southern Africa that could maximize its use in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals in Agenda 2063. The Namibian government is well aware that the potential benefits of the fourth industrial revolution, and by extension artificial intelligence, can only be realized if the current challenges around access to the internet, technology, and infrastructure shortfalls and the quality of education are urgently addressed. Artificial intelligence can play a crucial role in alleviation of most of the continent's developmental challenges. In line with the Global Sustainable Development Goals, artificial intelligence will play a critical role in our efforts to reduce poverty, inequality, revolutionizing our education system, improving our healthcare systems, ensuring innovation-driven development, as well as advancing gender equality and inclusion. The time is now for our continent to harness the benefits of efficient allocation of resources to increase productivity and improving service. Artificial intelligence has a potential to generate new high-value jobs in key technical specialties such as cybersecurity, web development, big data analytics, robotics, and so forth. Therefore, the adoption of artificial intelligence will not only allow us to harness these benefits, but position the continent to develop tangible, responsive, and effective governance and policy frameworks for efficient decision-making. I am happy to learn that this forum aims at unpacking ethical issues around sustainable usage of artificial intelligence. It is critical to ensure that our artificial intelligence systems are built to promote equality, fairness, inclusivity, accountability, and transparency. We should build systems which are ethically compliant, reliable, accountable, and secured at all levels to ensure data privacy and security. Considering that green hydrogen has become a widely recognized zero-carbon emission energy source for commercial and industrial applications, the associated artificial intelligence-based green hydrogen production technology can be a solution towards reduction of global warming. Namibia is well endowed with natural resources and has a world-class potential for renewable energy production through solar and wind power. The need for authentication and validation of the greenness of the production of green hydrogen in Namibia will require critical skills in artificial intelligence and blockchain technology. Tracking the entire supply value chain of green hydrogen from production destination to end-use destination will greatly benefit from artificial intelligence technologies. Furthermore, there is a need for us to record, certify, and claim carbon credit attained from the production of green hydrogen in Namibia. In support of global conventions on zero carbon emissions, through the use of blockchain technology, the attained carbon credits can be tokenized as an asset class for our economy. Although the application of artificial intelligence techniques to green hydrogen production is still in its infancy, we commend the University of Namibia that has moved to establish a study program on blockchain to support efforts to develop artificial intelligence techniques for green hydrogen production. I see the Vice Chancellor of UNAM is here. Thank you very much, and Professor Anisha Peters. Ladies and gentlemen, as the entire fraternity of the Southern Africa Sub-Sahara Regional Bloc, the Southern African Development Community, and of course, the entire African continent, I would like us to hold hands and pool our energies to come out of this forum motivated towards a common goal. With these few words, I now declare the Southern Africa Sub-Region Forum on Artificial Intelligence officially open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for that keynote address. And I shall not reiterate any of the remarks you have made because I believe they are very clear and straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our official program this afternoon in officially opening this forum. I'd like to make a few announcements. First of all, after this session, there will be a special event on the readiness and ethical impact of assessments, building the national capacities in Africa to harness the power of AI right here in this venue, and we invite you to please attend it. Tomorrow, which is the final day of the forum, there will also be ministerial roundtables that will discuss further the way forward in ensuring that artificial intelligence is harnessed across the Southern African region. Before I ask you to rise and sing our AU and national anthems, I'd like to thank the organizing team for so expertly putting this program together and all the preceding sessions and those to come tomorrow. I'd also like to thank all our speakers and presenters this afternoon for their remarks. We, of course, also would like to thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for gracing us with your presence and delivering the keynote address and officially opening our forum. Right after the anthems, We shall have a photo session, and I'd like to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister and all the speakers and presenters to join me here on stage for a photo session. And thereafter, would like to invite all of you to walk through the expo stalls and hackathon side events this afternoon. Last but not least, I'd like to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, here in Windhoek, and those of you following online for tuning in and attending this opening ceremony. With that, ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask you to rise for the singing of the AU and the national anthems.
Let us all unite to celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the star, let us make Africa the tree of life. Namibia, land of the brave freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. We give our land and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia, Namibia, our country, beloved land of savannas, under the banner of liberty. Namibia, our country, Namibia, motherland, we love thee.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the ministers, deputy ministers, Right Honorable Prime Minister, and speakers to please join me at the stage for the group photo session.
these ones come apart, they just part, and then they put them together to do something. So I want one of our students to demonstrate this. Like it can be used in factories or in dangerous situations, heavy objects. But this is just you have to
computer studies. Well, it's all about learning how to, set your mind straight and do what you love doing, and learning how to be future engineers, and putting hard work into what your mindset is giving you. And what I love about this is that I'm able to do computer studies, and I'm also able to pronounce something. Many scientists, I would also like to scratch my old video games and put it in the outside world for people to see what I can do. And I really appreciate the the people that put me in this position. Thank you.
I would just like to add that MICT in Action has been sponsored by the UNESCO office, and we are grateful for their support. And we think with more support, we could expose more Namibian children to this kind of skills, and we think it's possible.
Just what is important here, what he wanted, is one of the core farmers. This is the ladies we found through the ministry. We found them very stranded financially. And that's why development partners are very important. Yeah. We got into UNESCO through the ministry. Together with their minds, we put up a proposal through our national UNESCO office. That's where this kick started. And today, they are not only training just learners. We have linked them to the University of Namibia. They have seminars that they train teachers that teaches mathematics, science, to prepare them to teach learners, to entice learners to enter STEM programs. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I did not say, but online.
We are working on two types of problems. One, we want that if my grandmother in Ndola or in Rundu takes an image of the maize plant, we want it to be able to tell you whether the maize has a disease or is being attacked by worms, and we want so that we can then recommend what the grandmother should do. And one of the things, and I'm sure we use your face recognition on your iPhone, and it's one of the things that we are doing here, and I'll just give the participants to just briefly demonstrate AI in action. Okay, I think I will just briefly hand over to the first team. Just, demonstrating. Yes. Appear, just come closer.
Okay, so first we'll just introduce ourselves. So I'm Hiko Kashaita from the University of Namibia.
I'm Frans Namboli from Namibian University of Science and Technology.
Good day, my name is Mr. Goodwill Kwa. I'm from the University of Science and Technology, as well as from John Moore Secondary School. Yes, both of them. What we are having here is we have noticed that in all government institutions, registration and keeping log of attendance is a big problem. So one of our tasks is how can we start a seamless process through registration. So our task was to use artificial intelligence to take record of people coming in and out, because some people always say, I'm in the office, but they are never there. So our product is currently still in the development phases, but we have a working prototype that we would like to test. This is an application where we hope that it will look at the end. So on my hand, I have the phone. It's already accessible. But it's not connected to the back end. So we will demonstrate the front end and then the back end as well. So it can be clicked upon. So we hope that you can add your employees or your learners. You can add them by just clicking on a button. This can be done on the computer or on your phone anyway. And then we have the detection process. So once we click on the detection process, we can allow it to either use the camera as well. The camera is tilted now, and you will be able to take a picture with the camera. Once the picture has been taken, it will then, let me just flip it, upload the picture. Let's quickly exit. So it will upload the picture. Sorry, once it uploads the picture, and then it will transfer us to our back end. I just want to show the back end now. Same process that we are having here. So we haven't connected both, but we would like a volunteer, even Madam Minister, you can also stand, just so that we can collect the data a little bit closer, so that the camera is over here. Okay, a little bit closer again. All right. So we will capture your picture. Once it's captured, yes, we've captured it. This one is just the previous test, and now we will detect your emotion and also first your emotion, and then we will also detect your name. So currently it's saying you are feeling happy today. Yes. So at the end, we hope to log your emotion as well as the date that you have logged in or that the system has detected you. So sometimes some people want data on emotions. Are you coming to work happy? Are you always angry? Are you always sad? So the bosses or the supervisors can also take note of that. So that is our system. We will hand over to our next teammate.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm Aaron Muti from the University of Science and Technology, also known as NAST. These are my team members. So basically, what we've identified is that maize is a high-yielding crop in Namibia. So basically, what we created here, we created a machine learning model that can assist a farmer. So what Dr. Maize does is basically to find the well-being of plants using machine learning. So, all right. So basically, what we do is that currently we only have an online version, which is you just have to scan the QR code and then you can access the application. But by tomorrow, we'll deploy an offline version. So basically what this application does is after you scan the QR code, it takes you to a certain platform where you can now further scan an image of a maize plant. So this application, basically what it will do, it will tell you if this maize plant is healthy or it's suffering from a certain illness. And it will also tell you what illness it is. Okay, so my colleague here will just show. All right, I think you can. All right, so here we have a healthy maize plant. And then as you can see, I think if you can maybe bring the camera closer. Okay, as you can see, we have a healthy maize plant here. So basically, let's say he's the farmer, and then he has this maize leaf in the field out there. And then basically what he does is he just scans the leaf, and then it tells you whether the plant is healthy or it's suffering from a certain illness. So currently, he took a photo of that one, and then it tells you whether that plant is healthy or is not. I think if you can just show. Okay, you can scan this one again. All right, so here we have the maize stake virus. It's a different virus illness for crops. Yeah, it's a different leaf. So basically, we just scan the leaf, and then we find out what's wrong with the plant. Yeah. Okay. You actually have to be in the field because, yeah, we Yes, we can actually do that. We can have an aerial view of the crops, yeah, and then
it can detect for us. No, currently this version that we have, it's an online version only, but by tomorrow we have a mobile version. But yes, by tomorrow we have an offline version. Yeah. Yes.
Then it tells you because there will be some of the searches also stored on the phone. So yeah, locally, because we know that our network is a constraint, but we also want to also give it for the big plantations, where like our green schemes, where it's so big for somebody to go, and then we can put this in a drone. The drone would just take the images and then use the same for computer vision.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so, okay, thank you very much. So it means this would actually be applied.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it will be applied commercially to form, to be integrated into the programs of the government.
Yes.
So we will be able to save money from
Okay. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. A spectacular opening ceremony has set the positive background for our special session, dedicated to building national capacities to harness the power of artificial intelligence. I will be moderating this special event. My name is Irakli Kodeli. I represent Bioethics and Ethics of Science and Technology section of UNESCO. Let me make a couple of quick announcements that will facilitate easy flow of exchanges during this session. A customary technical announcement: please note that interpretation is available in English, French, and Portuguese. For those of you joining us virtually, you can select the appropriate channel at the bottom of your Zoom screen. There's also a process-related announcement, and this is actually critically important. As you know, in parallel to the sessions of this forum, a team of rapporteurs and drafters are working tirelessly to capture the key recommendations that are emerging and to reflect these recommendations in the outcome statement that will be adopted towards the end of this forum. We have circulated the first draft of the recommendations, reflecting the discussions on day one to all the delegations participating in this forum. We will do the same today, update the outcome statement with today's key messages, and circulate it again. We're doing this to make sure that the delegations have ample opportunity to come back to us with any comments or feedback. I would like to thank wholeheartedly the delegations that have already sent their very constructive comments. We will do whatever it takes to make sure that your key messages are reflected in the recommendations. We're very fortunate to have with us today high dignitaries from Southern African countries, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation of Namibia, Dr. Ita Kanji Murangi, Honorable Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education and Science and Technology Development of Zimbabwe, Dr. Amon Murwira, Honorable Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies of South Africa, Dr. Phili Mapulane, and Chair of the Board of the National Institute of Information and Communication Technology of Mozambique, Dr. Laurino Chimane. Joining us online will be Madame Gabriela Ramos, UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences. We also have with us Her Excellency Sinika Antila, Ambassador of the European Union to Namibia, and Mr. Koji Hase, on behalf of the Ambassador of Japan to Namibia, to deliver opening remarks. After the opening remarks, we will give the floor to ADG Ramos to present to us UNESCO's vision of a truly regional effort to promote ethical use of AI in Southern Africa. And we will then proceed with a discussion of the national needs and priorities within the countries represented on the panel. Dear Mr. Hase, please join us on stage for the opening remarks.
On behalf of Japanese Ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Nishimaki Hisao, I would like to deliver his speech. Honorable Ministers, representatives from governmental organizations and UN partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to deliver my speech at the Southern Africa Sub-Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence today. I understand that this meeting was already started yesterday, and ministers from Southern African countries are participating today. Today's meeting is part of UNESCO's Supporting Africa and SIDs, or Small Island Developing States, to benefit from AI technologies while addressing ethics risks project. It is carried out as the Japanese government contributed $500,000 US dollar as a excuse me, 500,000 US dollars as a donor country for this project. I am pleased that Japan's contribution will contribute to the development of Southern African countries, including Namibia. At today's ministerial panel, UNESCO will unveil a range of technologies to implement the recommendations on the ethics of AI, resolved at the 41st UNESCO General Conference in November 2021. A capacity building initiative for Southern African countries will also be announced, and national experts will discuss how countries can implement regulatory mechanisms to promote the ethical development and application of AI. I understand that high-level consideration of needs and priorities and specific methodologies will be discussed. I hope that this conference will be very beneficial for the countries of Southern African region. Everything has its pros and cons. With the remarkable development of AI today, the need of ethics in AI has been discussed. It is true that AI is a tool that makes our daily lives more convenient, and it is believed that the range of its use will continue to expand, such as self-driving cars and medical diagnosis. However, at the same time, various harmful effects have been pointed out, such as misdiagnosis, serious problems with respect to human rights, such as privacy and human dignity. However, until now, there has been no universal standard for such risks. In light of these circumstances, in 2018, UNESCO began formulating to the recommendation on the ethics of AI as an ethical framework for the use of AI. Based on this recommendation, discussions were held by many experts with the aim of improving the convenience that AI brings to society and reducing the risks associated with AI. At the 41st UNESCO General Assembly in November 2021, 193 UNESCO member countries passed a resolution on the recommendation on AI ethics. This is the first global standard for AI ethics. Japan has actively participated in discussions both in the public and private sectors in relation to UNESCO's efforts to formulate the recommendations on the ethics of AI, and has made efforts together with other member countries. For this reason, Japan appreciates the timely formulation of the ethics of AI by UNESCO as a timely and essential initiative for the safe and secure use of AI. There is a history of discussion based on the concerns pointed out. For example, at the G20 summit held in Osaka, Japan in June 2019, Japan, as the chair country, led discussions on AI and adopted the AI principles, which emphasize consideration of human rights and employment and fairness, confirmed that is aimed to achieve both future progress in AI technology and safe use. In the first place, AI technology is still in the development stage, and the concrete utilization of AI in Africa is yet to come. However, there is no doubt that AI will contribute to improving the quality of life and economic development of people in Africa. For example, Japan is a country which many natural disasters, and Japan is one of the most earthquake-prone countries in the world. Under the circumstances, Japanese government has set up the industry, government, academia, collaboration regarding the use of AI in the field of disaster prevention. We believe that there is a latent demand for the use of AI in Africa, where there are many droughts. In the future, I would be happy if African countries could reduce the risks associated with the development of AI while considering the benefits that AI brings to society and cooperate with UNESCO and Japan could contribute. Let us get involved and create together. At today's conference, ministers in charge of AI gathered from Southern African countries. Based on the current situation in Africa, I would like you to discuss the considerations and methodologies in implementing the recommendations on the ethics of AI, as well as institutional and regulatory frameworks to secure benefits from AI technology while dealing with ethical risks. We hope that the result will lead to great hints and opportunities for improving the use of AI and human resource development in Africa in the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hase. We deeply appreciate at UNESCO the support of Japan, particularly for this new journey in turning the recommendation into reality. We would like now to invite Her Excellency Sinika Antila, Ambassador of the European Union to Namibia, for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Moderator. Honorable Hosting Minister Kanji Murangi and all the honorable visiting ministers and deputy ministers present here, UNESCO Assistant Director General somewhere, maybe virtually following, and other UNESCO directors and experts here, representatives of the diplomatic corps, academia, experts, civil society, private sector, ladies and gentlemen. The uptake of artificial intelligence systems has a strong potential to bring societal benefits, economic growth, and enhance innovation and global competitiveness. Responsible development and use of AI can be a driving force to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and advance the 2030 Agenda. At the same time, it is commonly acknowledged, like we have heard during this seminar, that the specific characteristics of certain AI systems raise some concerns, especially with regard to safety, security, and fundamental rights protection. The European Union envisages a global agreement on common standards for the responsible use of artificial intelligence. We believe in the potential of like-minded democracies to work together to jointly shape the international debate on an AI framework that is respectful of human rights and the rule of law. The EU believes that we must work together towards certain common norms and principles, technical and ethical standards, and guidelines for responsible state behavior especially under the umbrella of intergovernmental organizations such as the United Nations and the OECD, thereby promoting multilateralism, sustainable development, interoperability, and data sharing on the international stage. As such, the EU's policy for artificial intelligence supports its general human-centric approach to digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, in April 2021, the European Commission presented its artificial intelligence package, including its communication on fostering a European approach to artificial intelligence. Its proposal for a regulation laying down harmonized rule on artificial intelligence, AI Act. The AI Act, currently discussed in the European Parliament, is the centerpiece of AI legislation of the European Union and proposes a regulation for harmonized rules on AI within the European Union. The proposal is part of a wider AI package, which also includes the updated coordinated plan on AI. Together, the regulatory framework and coordinated plan will build trustworthy AI and aims to guarantee the safety and fundamental rights of people and businesses when it comes to AI. They will strengthen uptake, investment, and innovation in AI across the European Union. Access to high-quality data is an essential factor in building high-performance, robust AI systems. In Europe, initiatives such as the EU Cybersecurity Strategy, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, and the Data Governance Act aim to provide enabling environment for building such systems. The European Commission is convinced that international cooperation on AI matters must be based on an approach that promotes the respect of fundamental rights and sees this approach aligned with UNESCO's work on ethics of AI. Indeed, various European Union member states have contributed to UNESCO's high-level expert group on the implementation of the AI recommendation, also called the Expert Group on the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence. In this way, we should continue exploring how to maximize synergies between our work in our programming process for our development partnerships. We are currently looking at how to best cover the topic of multilateralism and digital, in which global AI regulation is key. The European Commission Directorate General for International Partnerships, INTPA, is assessing a possible collaboration with UNESCO regarding the recommendations on the ethics of AI. Discussions between UNESCO and INTPA about the activities are ongoing, and those activities could include, first, assist UNESCO member states in building strong national institutions for promoting AI ethics. Secondly, establish and operationalize a global facility of experts, the AI ethics experts without borders, to enhance the capacity of member states' institutions to implement the recommendations. And third, develop a global capacity building toolkit for judicial operators on AI and the rule of law. Fourthly, launch a global forum on the ethics of AI as a platform for structured learning and sharing of global best practices among AI stakeholders at different levels of maturity. The Global Forum will also convene through leaders and institutions in the area of ethics of artificial intelligence. I want to thank the government of Namibia for hosting and UNESCO for co-hosting and organizing this very important forum, and I wish the forum deliberations all success. I'm looking forward to the results of this forum, and I'm pledging the willingness of the European Union to work with UNESCO, Namibia, and the region to enhance the ethics of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. These opening remarks underline the importance of global cooperation on the implementation of UNESCO's recommendation, and that sets a very solid background for our forthcoming discussion. We will now turn to Madame Ramos, Assistant Director General, joining us online from Paris, to hear about the plans of UNESCO to promote ethical and responsible artificial intelligence. Madame ADG, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Irakli, and again, good afternoon to everybody. I have been enjoying joining you from the distance, but I have to say that this session is really where we are going to put the seeds for a very important outcome of this forum. Ambassador Antila said it. We're discussing with the European Commission. The fact is that it's pretty well aligned, but the recommendation was developed also with the European members. Thank you, Ambassador Nishimaki. Japan was the very first member of UNESCO to say, I want to contribute with the development cooperation, and here we are. And I'm so glad to be accompanied by Minister Murwira from Zimbabwe, Minister Kandiji Murangi. We have been together, Minister. We have met already in Paris. And also we have met together with the South African Minister Mapulani and from Mozambique, Dr. Shemane. So let me go into the presentation straightforward and to see how we are going to be building up the information. I don't know, Irakli, if somebody is going to put the slides. And then I hope that you will be able to follow me because I cannot see the whole setting.
Do you know who's sharing the...
Is it ready?
Yeah. Who's doing the screen sharing?
Okay. Well, I cannot hear, but anyway. Let me start by some information about the development of the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence and some information about the very rich substantive elements that were incorporated in the recommendation. As was mentioned several times, the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence is the first global normative instrument in this domain, serving as a comprehensive and actionable framework for the ethical development of AI. It was adopted by acclamation by 193 member states on the 23rd of November 2021, and I thank all of you for the support and of course every one of you for their engagement. The recommendation is based on the following interconnected values and principles: respect, protection, and promotion of human dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms; environment and ecosystem flourishing; ensuring diversity and inclusiveness; and living in harmony and peace. This recommendation represents a very comprehensive framework and encompasses the full spectrum of human rights architecture, from the principle of freedom of speech, from human dignity to the inclusivity, fairness, equality, non-discrimination, and it does so by maintaining focus on all the stages of the AI system life cycle. Is not only when the systems reach the markets that we care about, is even beforehand when we are discussing how or why are we going to use artificial intelligence. This is crucial because often bias and discrimination is manifested downstream as experienced by users, but is a product of structural inequalities and exclusion that creeps in the upstream, meaning the lack of diversity in the management of or technical teams developing AI technologies. In light of these challenges, the recommendation goes into details about the actions required to ensure accountability, responsibility, transparency, and necessary regulations to ensure the rule of law. The recommendation includes these principles probably are also part of many other instruments that have been developed, but the fact is that this is the very first instrument, global instrument, that goes into the detail of what do we mean by proportionality, what do we mean by privacy, what do we mean by responsibility. So this is really good, even in terms of developing a joint narrative all around the world, which is now settled because it has been adopted. But then the recommendation does stand only with the principles, which are important, but translate them into the how to do things into policy chapters. And it includes several actions oriented cross-sectoral that are covering issues like data policy. And here a very strong call to change the business model on how we are harvesting, acquiring, using, sharing, distributing data in general. A very strong chapter on gender, developing an international cooperation, very important because these are global technologies, environment and ecosystem, the very first instrument that is not only human-centric, but is also planet-centric, and ensuring that we are conscious of how much these technologies can also be energy intensive, and to take that into account when choosing which system and which AI to use. Health and social well-being, economy and labor, and of course the chapters that are core to UNESCO on education, on culture, on communications, on social issues. In the next slide, you will see that there is a broad implementation strategy for the recommendation. The European ambassador mentioned some of the issues that we are discussing with the European Commission, but these are really linked to the program that is already advanced in some other regions and countries, and that we are now launching in Africa. We are engaging in the elaboration of 2 capacity building blocks, the readiness assessment methodology and the ethical impact assessment. This is the very first time that we are going to share with you what are the findings that are shaping these 2 instruments that actually were mandated for UNESCO to develop by member states when they approved the recommendations. This will be pilot in 4 Southern African countries, the ones that are joining us today, before being rolled out to the rest of the world. It will soon elaborate more about these tools, but we will provide those countries support thanks to the Japanese financial contribution. So again, thank you, Ambassador. Another notable element is the Global Forum on the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence, an annual high-level flagship event where we will be hosting to advance state-of-the-art knowledge on the challenges raised by these technologies. UNESCO hopes to see active participation from all member states, including through hosting the event. It's about the ethics, it's about coming together and looking at how things can go wrong and how can we just write them and share the experiences among participating countries. We have been working with countries such as Colombia, Mexico, Morocco, on setting national commissions with representatives from different ministries responsible for implementing the recommendation. And we believe in a regional approach where countries that already took steps for implementing the recommendation can share from their experience and knowledge and initiate regional collaborations. This is very important. I'm also glad to share with you that even though it really took a lot of time, a lot of efforts, regional consultations, member states engagement, the negotiations shared by Ambassador Al-Mullah from Kuwait very skillfully, but the fact is that we now still have a lot of enthusiasm and support from member states. There is a group of friends of the recommendation. We met, and it was established in February 2022, but we just have a very recent meeting, and we have 70 participating countries. And they are meeting together to provide us with a lot of insights and information. We don't have all the African countries that we would like to have, so a very strong invitation for you to join and to bring the African perspective. Now, the readiness methodology and the ethical impact assessment, we see this tool as an important aspect of the implementation. The readiness methodology and the ethical impact assessment instruct to UNESCO to build and facilitate the implementation. They are of paramount importance because they will help countries to understand where do they stand on the scale of preparedness to implement AI ethically and responsibly for their citizens. Those tools will also help in knowing what are the institutional and regulatory changes that will need to be implemented, thus also helping UNESCO to tailor the capacity building efforts to the needs of different countries. It's as straightforward as having a baseline, a diagnostic tool, that then will tell us how do we move to the benchmark, and the benchmark is a recommendation. So we have the starting point and the end line, and then we need to fill with member states and with their own decisions the middle ground. A background study was conducted by the Secretariat and looked at existing readiness assessment tools and found that existing tools have noticeable gaps. Existing tools cover very limited set of countries, mainly from the global north. When we compare all these instruments, we found that only 21 countries appear in all the 4 tools, and none from Africa. And I think this is a major gap. And these tools are also focusing on a restricted set of variables. We try to map the indicators of existing tool to the different dimensions of readiness values and principles set out in the recommendation. And it appears that some readiness assessment tools are highly imbalanced towards some dimensions, but not all of what UNESCO is being called to cover. They really rarely assess ethical, societal, and cultural aspects. As I said in the opening of this forum, we are all concerned about productivity, about growth, about efficiency in the processes, but the reality is that we cannot have the ethical, societal, or cultural aspects as an afterthought. Notably, existing tools mainly cover the technical infrastructure and scientific dimension, which make up to 60 to 70% of the indicators of some of them. Most existing tools also include generic indicators that are not specific to AI, like fix your education system, which is a great recommendation, but not very straightforward to know how does this link to the AI needs and capacities. Only 2 tools, the Oxford Insights and the Turquoise Media, include social and cultural educations, and particularly one on the gender bias. Now, the survey to member states contributed to the development of the readiness methodology and to the ethical impact assessment. And this survey was developed by the Secretariat in consultation with the high-level group of the implementation of the recommendation, where we have really the top-notch of people that knows these things. The goal of the survey is to educate countries on the development of the tools, as well as to gather relevant information and views from expert officials across member states. And this will ensure that the tools reflect the best as possible their needs and that they are developed in an inclusive manner. As of now, the survey has been filled up by 35 countries. I have to say that in the first information I got, there were 45 respondents, but it's from 35 countries, and these tell us that the responsibility on digital is widespread in many governments. But the responses are fairly distributed around the world, but we only got 2 countries from Africa. So again, we are really calling on you to make your voice heard and to bring us more information and more insights from what you need to be reflected in these tools. Now, the survey analysis, there are also the legal and regulatory dimensions. Several countries have implemented some sectorial laws with aspects related to AI, such as data protection, cybersecurity, and AI-based medical devices. Nonetheless, even though most are showing new regulatory changes, those are mainly non-binding national strategies. And this is important because we have really followed so much the self-regulation or light touch regulation. But the survey revealed that the AI governance is generally decentralized and often divided between several ministries, such as the Ministry of Digitalization, the ICT Ministry, Education, Science, Research, Innovation, Economy, Infrastructure, all over the place. The dimensions of UNESCO's readiness methodology, we can see the 5 dimensions that makes this tool unique. Each dimension includes a range of questions relevant to the interface between AI and the specific dimension that governments can answer to determine how prepared their countries are for developing and using AI systems in an ethical manner. For instance, under the social cultural dimension, questions include like, do you work to ensure language diversity in AI systems? And this is huge. Do you have a place in policy regarding the impact of AI in the environment? And just by doing the question, you're really forcing the ethical reflection of whether we are including or not these elements. The survey also asked countries several questions about ethical impact assessment. And it revealed that while some countries are in the process of operationalizing some of the principles, none of them formally require impact assessment. And this is a must. Transparency and explainability, environmental impact, human rights, and diversity were revealed by countries to be what they thought were the most important topics that impact assessment tools should tackle. Now, UNESCO's ethical impact assessment tool aims to incorporate the feedback on the gaps identified in the existing tools, and the tool will assess AI system against the values, principles, and policy areas of the recommendation that are really wide encompassing. It's also aimed at developers and deployers, and of course the governance of AI systems, and the tool will cover the AI life cycle according to the following 3 stages: the project design, the model development, and the system deployment. And you have among yourselves the experts that have been following up all these, so they will be much better to explain this particular topic with Irakli Kodeli there, and also Maria Gracia Spiccerini that probably is with you there. Now, for each stage, a series of questions will be posed to developers and deployers of the AI systems. For instance, under the project design phase, an example of a question that could be done is, were different AI methods considered? What was the rationale behind choosing the specific one? Which stakeholders were consulted during the development of the system? Because this engagement with the civil society was not only a fundamental element in the development of the recommendation, is a fundamental element in the ethical construction that was developed. The civil society has a place in these debates, and it's mandatory. Now, there is also the question of each member will go their own pace. We will work with members as they ask us to work. We will be trying to generate these international cooperation mechanisms to make it faster. But we also want to advance the regional approach, because this is an important aspect of the implementation. Through regional collaborations, countries can share similar characteristics. Countries that share similar characteristics can really delve into their own knowledge, learn from each other, and support each other. And that's why this forum is so important, and the presence of the ministers is also so important, because it really provides us with not only the needs of member states, but also this dynamic by which they can get together and learn from each other. The first step in this approach includes identifying the countries that are willing to examine their alignment with the recommendation, to go a readiness assessment and implement changes in their national systems, for example. Another important factor is the collaboration with existing entities like development banks and regional organizations. In the case of Southern Africa, we were glad to hear the speech this morning of SADC, because we're thinking about how do we also establish some kind of venue where we can work with them and the countries of the region, and of course the African region. The regional approach, which will also be led by a steering committee with representatives from different countries and different ministries dealing with AI governments, because as the recommendation for this to really take stock needs to be member-led, needs to be driven by the members and their needs and what they want to advance. And so I really want to invite the ministers on this panel to take the lead and apply a regional approach in the Southern Africa that will immensely benefit the participating countries and other regions, and that actually can generate a race to the top in terms of working together to implement the recommendation. And I want to bring a positive experience that we have in Latin America. Last month, the CAF, which is the Development Bank of Latin America, and UNESCO signed an agreement to work together on the implementation of the recommendation in Latin America and the Caribbean. UNESCO and CAF will support the creation of a regional council, including governments in the region. And the council constitutes the leading space for AI governments in Latin America and will act as a political forum for governments to discuss AI policies in the region with a ethical, inclusive, and rights guarantee approach. The main objective of this group is to serve as target setter and monitoring group, and to generate regional consensus regarding the process of adoption of the principles of the recommendation, and also to generate common understanding, sharing experiences, and facilitating collaboration between different countries in this matter. It thus becomes a council that allows the recommendation to be adapted and implemented in a regional context, considering national particularities and changes that may occur in the coming years. And the beauty, of course, as the CAF, which is a very rich bank, will help us with the analytics, will help us to shape the kind of recommendations that need to be advanced, but they will also be aligning their funding and their loan strategies to support countries develop the infrastructure and the goals linked to the recommendation. So it's really a governance body for AI. It will generate the specific recommendations. It will implement the two tools that we are advancing, and it will facilitate collaboration and exchange in best practices, and of course to prioritize the ethical discussions. And we will be launching this council in March next year. So this is the kind of inspiration that we got from this region. But I feel that there is something where Africa is ahead of this experience. We can go to the last slide, because the fact is that we are going to be launching a new forum the first semester next year for the steering committee, and we are hopeful that it will be as impressive as this forum in Namibia. And so you have set the bar high, but I think that this also shows how important it is to bring countries together with the same kind of interest. So this is where we are, and hopefully it provides with enough information to see how the construction is being built.
Much, dear ADG. Very interestingly, I think that you would be interested to know that this vision that you have just described, rooted in UNESCO's recommendation, is very much in line with some of the recommendations that have been emerging from the floor in the past 2 days, such as, for instance, strengthening the capacity of the public and private sector, as well as the civil society organizations to understand AI, to exercise the gatekeeping function over this technology and to leverage it for social benefit, or, for instance, to establish and enhance capacity of policymaking, regulatory and enforcement institutions through targeted skills development for AI governance. So this is very interesting. And as we heard from ADG Ramos, UNESCO's recommendation does not just provide a framework to promote ethical governance of AI. It really guides countries on how to set up institutions and regulations to help nurture these technologies. So UNESCO's intention, as you just heard from the presentation, is to work very closely with every interested member state to develop a national toolbox of different approaches and methodologies to help push AI technologies to grow and to generate solutions. Dear panelists, I would like to kick off our discussion by asking your views on the main challenges to implement the ethical principles and guidelines in your countries, making reference to the current context in your countries. With your permission, I would like to start addressing Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation, representing our host country, Dr. Ita Kanji Murangi. Honorable Minister, Namibia is actively building the legislative and regulatory frameworks to ensure ethical and responsible development and use of digital technologies in the country, as we have heard throughout this forum. This is quite commendable. UNESCO's recommendation provides policy guidance on a wide range of issues: gender, education, environment, economy and labor, healthcare, to mention a few. What are your country's priority areas where the ethical use of artificial intelligence would assist in decision-making for better outcomes?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Allow me first to thank ADG Ramos. I really envy your enthusiasm and consistency in terms of following us from Paris. Thank you. I would also like to thank you for having laid out the very elaborate foundation as to how this side event has actually evolved to where we are today. And in the same vein, I would also like to thank the Japanese ambassador, as well as the EU ambassador, as well as other partners that are likely to help us really move this important thought process forward into concrete, actionable projects. And of course, I will not forget the regional representation that we have from UNESCO, Agile Lydia Brito, as well as the country representative that we have here, both who have really been quite active in coordinating and helping to facilitate this very forum to be where it is today. I would also like to thank the honorable ministers and deputy ministers who have really accepted our call to come to this sub-regional conference. Now, having said that, to respond to your question, moderator, I think Namibia, like other countries in the region, has taken time to assess the landscape of the fourth industrial revolution, as we heard earlier this afternoon. But in so doing, we realize that there are serious gaps that we have, which actually hamper our being able as a country to benefit and harness AI to the benefit of our citizenry. One of the critical areas that was mentioned is the whole area of infrastructure. The next one is the whole area of education, and I would like to delve a little bit within the area of education. Education, as we know, all of us, is the genesis of skills, knowledge, and indeed the art of doing research. Now, if it is lacking in ensuring that those that are trained within our education system, from the lowest level up to the highest level, do not have a firm or a grasp of what AI or the fourth industrial revolution is all about, it becomes very difficult to talk about systems, to talk about programs that can actually yield possible benefits to the nation. So we need to reposition, transform our education system, the whole spectrum, so that we can begin to infuse those elements that bring to the fore the knowledge and skills that really are AI related, and therefore the output will benefit the country more. Now, having said that, we know that there are legal as well as regulatory policies that have to, or rather regulatory policies that have to make sure that they are well crafted to ensure that indeed they guide the infusion of AI in everything that we do. So as government, it is important that in terms of our prioritization, the area of policies, the relevant policies, responsive policies to AI become amongst the first ones that we look at. Now, some areas where we feel AI could really promote and improve services is in the area of our natural resources. As we speak, our mining to some extent is using AI, but there are areas within our natural resources that really could benefit, but as it is currently, they are not. Take, for instance, a very repetitive, if I may say, problem of wildlife and human conflict. Again, a very important area where AI could limit and even reduce the deaths that we experience because of this conflict of wildlife and human conflict, particularly in those regions where we have a lot of wildlife and so on. Another area where I think perhaps really AI could help us more is the area of finance and wealth distribution. This one is critical and core to the imbalances that exist within our country, and I believe if we can, with the relevant knowledge, the relevant skills of AI, we could begin to see how best we can apply AI to ensure that there's a proper distribution of our wealth, and again, through the deployment of relevant AI knowledge and skills, that could actually help. Now, it is important that we realize one thing. Individual countries like Namibia can identify their critical areas of needs with regards to AI. But as independent countries or singular countries will not be able really to amass the necessary skills and knowledge to really fit into ensuring that we ensure proper service delivery, proper harnessing of AI-related services without regional transferring of knowledge and skills from the region and globally. And this is where the issue of setting up regional AI institutions could help, in the sense that obviously the few that exist within this country, let's say Namibia, Zimbabwe, or South Africa, who are well versed in the area of AI, if such a center comes up where a data center, AI data center could be maybe set up, those who are knowledgeable in this area will obviously gravitate towards that center, begin to come up with programs that speak to specifically the needs of the various countries, but also expand wherever there are commonalities. I think I'll pause here. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
You have answered it right on point. And it's actually been quite eye-opening to understand the potential of responsible and ethical AI in Namibia, ranging from education to natural resources, wildlife and human conflict, going to the finance and wealth redistribution. It's really interesting to understand for us how important this technology is for the country. And it's also really important to note that there's a really good alignment also with the recommendations that are emerging from the discussions, for instance, on education. It was very clearly delivered the message to leverage Africa's fastest growing and the youngest population in the world, turning this demographic dividend into an economic opportunity by providing quality education and training supported by AI-driven technologies. So this was really eye-opening, and we thank you for that answer, Honorable Minister. Let me now turn to Dr. Laurino Alberto Chemane, Chair of the Board of the National Institute of Information and Communication Technology of Mozambique. Dr. Chemane, as you know, gender equality is an important chapter in the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. In fact, we had a separate session today focusing on gender and gender equality and artificial intelligence with some very interesting outcomes. Can you tell us more about your attempts to increase the representation of women in ICT sector? How can policy area on gender of the UNESCO recommendation, and generally UNESCO, how can we assist you in achieving the same?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity given to Mozambique. I would like to ask to switch to Portuguese, if I'm allowed, and give time to the participants to be ready for our intervention in Portuguese. Como dizia, gostaríamos de começar por agradecer ao governo da Namíbia pelo convite endereçado a Moçambique para participar nesta conferência. Agradecer também aos diferentes parceiros referidos que são parte desta iniciativa e desta conferência, em particular à UNESCO, e pela experiência que está a partilhar neste desafio que temos como região e como países de desenvolvimento da inteligência artificial. A pergunta que coloca em relação ao gênero, se me permite.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's channel 1 for English translation. Really sorry, speaker, for this interruption.
Como dizia, vou começar a resposta, se me permitir, para o benefício de todos. Gostaríamos de começar por agradecer o convite endereçado a Moçambique pelo governo da Namíbia para participarmos neste evento, que é a conferência da nossa região sobre inteligência artificial. O nosso agradecimento e reconhecimento especial vai para a UNESCO e todos os parceiros, parte deste movimento global de preparação dos países e da sociedade no geral para a era digital no geral e para a inteligência artificial em particular. Olhando concretamente para a questão que coloca Moçambique do género, antes de responder a questões específicas de tecnologias de informação e comunicação que colocou, se me permite, gostaria de partilhar que o nosso país começou o desafio da igualdade e equidade no género faz já há algum tempo. Vou dar só alguns exemplos fora da área tecnológica para perceber o contexto do nosso país no que a questões de género diz respeito. A nossa Assembleia da República, que é o nosso Parlamento, em termos de representação de género, nesta legislatura tem 42% de mulher. O nosso governo, o Executivo, atingiu recentemente 50% de membros do Conselho de Ministros, tanto sendo mulheres. Esta é a linha de orientação política e de intenções do nosso governo no que a igualdade do género diz respeito e, fundamentalmente, a participação da mulher nos desafios de desenvolvimento económico e social em todas as suas dimensões. O nosso governo não parou por aqui. Tem um setor específico, portanto, que é um Ministério do Género, Criança e Ação Social. E este Ministério, no que a questões de género diz respeito, tem como função promover a igualdade e equidade de género no desenvolvimento econômico, social, político e cultural.
And also in cultural events, and this is the way we look for, the Mozambique look for, include or be together with everything. The area of science and technology and high education is also one of the areas that we also look after child, and we try to put together all the politics to provide for them the gender equality. And let me go now for what we are talking here, that is affecting everyone. In Mozambique, we have the strategy plan that it is based on certain area. And one of them is educational, healthcare, economy, politics. And so all those dimensions on their planning, they include also. So we had like 120 projects that during the implementation, they also based on the gender equality. I would also reference our plenary that was approved in 2020. The start that was released, it showed us that the woman and the child, they are the social group that they are basically more the victim of racism and discrimination. And it was possible because we are trying to create or to use artificial intelligence to go and try to make our research so that we could find or come to this conclusion. So the strategy and that we have in cybersecurity is to be connected or to attend all those questions that are made in regard to artificial intelligence and those social institutions and members of the committee, and that everyone in this area be going to the strategical part in Mozambique when it comes to higher education in terms of science and technology. We also have our ministry that is releasing a work that we have an institute that is engaged on scholarship for ladies and women, and also in particular it's for the courses is more on science, technology, and math. That to make sure that they're gonna have, or they're gonna be able to be part of the the committee, and also share with us what they are going to learn. So, and we had already 200 girls that they were dedicated, and they were part of that that program, and for now I would like to thank because it was all possible because our government made it possible, and that cooperation, it was regional, but we also want to make it in global. And if you allow me, I want to make a reference to some of the projects that we have with some of the partnership, or we have a World Bank that it found some of our projects that we call governance project, and there is also one that is called Project of the Acceleration in Mozambique.
Infraestrutura para permitir
infrastructure, looking at the technology of the mediation of the number of women that are involved in the service of a technology. The second dimension is in the area of education, which is dictated by the education of the youth, but particularly we have indicators that the proportion of women is quite high in this area. In the area of projects, beyond this formation in the use of technology, the focus is given to the, and this is a new technology that the public administration continues to focus. In this dimension, we continue to focus on the digital implementation and the use of the energy, especially on the artificial intelligence in order to make it better. Like in the area of health, the communication, energy, natural resources, and others. One of the factors that we would want to focus is the quantity of new industry that is being generated by women. 100 new factories has been formed, and they've employed 150. And the law says that 150 must be women. And more than 150 industry, they focus on the digital area. And most of them, we focus on women. So this is what I would like to say in this first part. So this is the steps that we are making in our country. Thank you so much.
Indeed, it is quite obvious and evident that you have thought a lot about how to promote women and girls' participation in economy and specifically in AI, and some very interesting practices are emerging. One of the things that we're committed to doing at UNESCO is sharing best practices, whether it's through fora such as this one or the global forum on ethics of AI that Madame Ramos mentioned, that we will be also organizing towards the end of this year. Also through the Observatory on Ethics of AI that we're putting together to identify things that work in different areas, and so this would be very interesting to also capture that within that framework. So thank you very much. We have the honor of having with us today Honorable Deputy Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies of South Africa, Phili Mapulani. Honorable Deputy Minister, we have learned from the landscape study that was conducted by UNESCO that AI is being used in South Africa in many domains, including healthcare, education, and hiring. How are you strengthening capacities of the government to regulate these technologies, to make sure that these are for the social benefit and to ensure against the associated risks? What institutional innovations can you share that can inform the follow-up work of the recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director. And I wish to thank our host, the Minister of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation, for the invitation that you have extended to us to come and participate in this important forum as South Africa. I also wish to thank the ADG, Ramos, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you very much. Throughout history of humankind, the world has always and still continues to experience advances in technology. However, since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed the exponential growth and adoption of digital technologies associated with the fourth industrial revolution, such as the artificial intelligence. These technologies are presenting both opportunities and threats in solving the world's socio-economic challenges. AI has the potential to bring about tremendous benefits and improvements in the quality of life of our people, particularly around medicine, food production, communication, transportation, education, among others. AI systems are deployed to solve society's many social and economic problems. For instance, to respond to crime situations, AI-based systems have been developed to detect and identify gender-based violence areas, theft, human trafficking, and criminal activities in specific areas, including identifying hotspots for tourists. In the agricultural sector, for which almost 70% of the African population work, AI can be used to detect the types of soil and plant deficiencies, making it easier for farmers to handle their crops. This becomes a huge relief to the farmers who are constantly dealing with crop deficiencies, especially in our continent, the African continent. The same can be said about the benefits of AI in medicine and other areas. Like most of Africa, South Africa has a youthful population. To harness the creativity and innovative nature of young people in the ICT space, our Department of Basic Education has introduced robotics and coding as school subjects in both primary and high schools. Currently, learners in over 1,000 schools are designing and producing robots, both for gaming and to complete the task the learners find tedious for human completion. Next year, these learners will compete in a National Robotics Development Challenge. In addition, the school curriculum has been reviewed to incorporate the skills of the future, such as robotics, data analytics, and AI fundamentals. The review of the curriculum will also emphasize on language and mathematics curriculum, since this provides foundational knowledge for digital learning. The benefits associated with artificial intelligence can only be leveraged if the population has access to a robust digital infrastructure and are connected to the internet. In recognition of this reality, but also in our quest to bridge the digital divide, our country, South Africa, is rolling out connectivity throughout a project called SA Connect, where we intend to expand broadband penetration and rollout throughout the country in order to ensure that over 80% of South Africa's population has access to the internet, to internet connectivity in the next 3 years. Thank you, Program Director. That's all I could summarize. Unfortunately, it looks like I was given a different script. I was told that I've got 3 minutes. So I had to summarize everything else in the 3 minutes that I was given. But also, Program Director, just to correct that I wish I could be a doctor. I'm not a doctor as yet. I am a mister. I could pick up in the introduction that you're referring to me as the doctor. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, and also thank you for the correction. I will make sure to take that into account in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now go to Zimbabwe, as we have the honor of sharing this panel with Honorable Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education and Science and Technology Development of Zimbabwe, Dr. Amon Muruira. Honorable Minister, UNESCO's recommendation is your document. You shaped it, maintained its high ambition, and adopted it with acclamation past November. And UNESCO has lost no time in mobilizing the needed resources to assist its member states in the critical stage of implementation. And here we are now, with Namibia and 3 other Southern African countries joining UNESCO's initiative funded by the Japanese government to make sure that the country is prepared to tap into the power of artificial intelligence. As the first step, UNESCO is proposing to work closely with the national stakeholders to conduct a comprehensive readiness assessment in the country. When it comes to working closely with Zimbabwe on building capacity for responsible development and use of AI, where
I'm very pleased to be here, and can I ride on the protocols that have been already stated. In order to respond completely to this question, I would like to say 7 things in a very short space of time. The first one is that, like many other countries, Zimbabwe has been grappling with systems in the education, science, and technology that have nothing to do with the society that we are living in, which means the issue of ethics becomes very important. Whose technology for what? And also, as a developing country, Zimbabwe has been moving away from description of problems to understanding them for the issue of coming up with development and deployment of necessary technologies. So our first emphasis basically is, what do our people want? This can be Zimbabwe, this can be any other country. For any system to be ethical and relevant, we have always to say, what do people want? So a human needs perspective must talk about food, must talk about water, must talk about shelter, must talk about connection and connectivity that we are having now, must talk about innovation. So whenever people are talking about capacity building, it's capacity building to do what? For who? So to us, it's very important. And also just to understand from that context that AI is basically in 3 blocks. First of all are the sensing technologies. The second one are the sense-making technologies, which are the analytical technologies and the infrastructure. And the third one is the decisions, the actions that that technology must make. So it's very important from that perspective that I would start with that. And then when it comes to issue of capacity building, I want to talk about the issue of what are the systems of capacity building that we have? What are the frameworks that we are using? Frameworks are very important. If you teach people a framework of how to laugh, you will produce a lot of laughing people very successfully. If you want to produce a framework of grim people, they will be grim a lot. So frameworks are very important. So when we look at education, for example, in Zimbabwe and in Africa, let me talk about Zimbabwe that I know very well, that we have studied. We have got what we call a literacy rate of now, which is, according to the ZimStat, at 98%, which means every 98 of 100 Zimbabweans can read and write. But then when you look at it, why are the levels of industrialization in Zimbabwe lower? Because you expect that as the literacy rate goes up, the industrialization levels go up as well. But then it's a design issue. When you look at our education, it was mainly teaching reading, which is teaching, research, and workshops. So it would produce a very knowledgeable person who is not action-oriented. So at the end of the day, it's yep, 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 yep. But there is no development. So this curve had to be turned by looking at education designs. This three-stage education of teaching, research, and community engagement is what we call Education 3.0. This is coming from our design analysis. So Education 3.0 produces a very predictable graduate. Lots of certificates. They know a lot, but they don't do anything. So you produce a lot of people that are on the street. So this is a street pouring strategy. You'll have a lot of people asking for jobs. But yet the people who have an education, we expect them to create the jobs. So after our design analysis, we went on then to say, let's add innovation and industrialization. So innovation and industrialization become the key part of one of the 5 key pillars of our education system. So if you ask me a question, and again I say, what is the emphasis that UNESCO should do? It should emphasize on education frameworks before we can even think about how to properly implement AI. I can tell you, my experience, I had my colleagues when I was doing my MSc and my PhD somewhere in Europe, in the Netherlands. And before they finished, most of them were already forming companies. Here was me trying to go back to the university to teach again and look for a job. So there was something different in the design of the education systems. And by adding innovation and industrialization and making sure that UNESCO, when we are looking at its mission and how it has to promote peace and development through education, that education has to be correct. So looking at education frameworks and emphasizing innovation and industrialization can only be our way out to make education productive for the continent. So that is number 2. After saying what do our people want. Number 3 is the issue of, even before I go to number 3, on that education, it must be heritage-based. People must be able to beneficiate the resources that they have. No wishful thinking. Education must be talking about the immediate environment. In this area here, we have got, let's say, mupane trees, for example. So mupane trees are the ones that we should study for phytochemistry. I think it's very important that we study phytochemistry on mupane trees. We cannot study phytochemistry from a tree that is not here and expect to give solutions to Southern Africa. So heritage is extremely important. What do you have? So you can apply your chemistry, you can apply your biology, you can apply your physics, you can apply we can stem every day and stem on wrong materials that has nothing to do with this continent and will never rise. So it's very important to be looking at these issues. And these are serious, very serious issues that Zimbabwe has been looking at. Because Zimbabwe, as you know, as I said, we have very high literacy rate. People can speak English, any language, they can calculate when they are told to calculate, but why are we not industrialized? So we looked at this for the past 5 years, and this is the revolution that we are going through. So now, the other issue that UNESCO should focus on is basically the issue of, again, in education, design thinking. For who are we doing our things? And look at the domains that are very important, which are of human need, which are the issue, for example, in Zimbabwe, agriculture. Agriculture is the thing, because you eat first before anything else. Look at health, human health. Look at the natural resources that we have. Southern Africa has the densest mineral resources in the world, so we should be looking at it. Infrastructure and logistics. And now, again, number 3 or 4 is the issue of the technology infrastructures that we are looking at, the data centers, the computing infrastructure, the connectivity infrastructure that we are looking at. In Zimbabwe, we have been trying a lot through the innovation hub systems that we have created. We have created a lot of innovation hubs in the past 4 years, and we have done it with our own hands. And we have had a lot of support, basically because they were tailored towards helping the people. We have done innovation hubs at UZ, University of Zimbabwe, that we built on our own in the past 3 years. We have built at the Harare Institute of Technology. We have built innovation hubs at Chinoy University of Technology. We have built industrial parks as part of this framework at Chinoy University of Technology and so forth. So we have been doing a lot of this. And if we have emphasized about capacity building, it has to be within these areas. Because at the end of the day, it's about production and AI leading to production that meet human needs. So we have been building data centers as well. We have the National Data Center. We have got High Performance Computing Center that we have built in the past 4 years to make sure that we are implementing. Like this is the President opening the National Data Center that we have just developed. And you will see that we have also been working on data collection systems that include drone technology, using the National Geospatial Space Agency to collect our data and make sure that we are able to identify. So if UNESCO is to help, it has to help in this data infrastructure and other infrastructural areas that we emphasize on, because then it enhances the use of AI. We have been doing a lot of work in this area, which I believe is very important if we have to make a difference at all. The other issue that we have to be working on is, which I think UNESCO has to emphasize, is the issue of collaborating ecosystems. We can't work alone. Nationally, regionally, we have to be working together internationally. We have been having the privilege of working with a lot of international organizations in the areas that we are working in. So it's very important. And finally, to work on the issue of the legal frameworks. Zimbabwe has been working on the innovation legal frameworks, and we have completed the Manpower Planning and Development Act. We have completed the Center for Education, Innovation, Research and Development. We have been doing the Center for the Cybersecurity Bills, Data Protection and so forth, to prepare ourselves for the revolution that we are getting into because of the change in our education system that is now focusing on what we really want, not what we can just see and feel learned when in actual fact people are hungry. The other issue, the final issue, is that we believe we work within the context of SADC, because SADC has provided us with the industrialization and innovation framework that we should be able to use. And I can tell you, in the past 4 years, we have been working full throttle in making sure that our technology infrastructure, our science infrastructure, our resource infrastructure, our agriculture infrastructure is well structured and poised using our heritage education 5.0 philosophy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You really gave us a wealth of information and takeaway points to work with, and will be, as promised, reflecting all of this in the recommendations. It's really insightful, really interesting. You would be very interested to know that during the technical segment of discussions, a lot of these points came through in a very strong way. The need, for instance, to talk to people about what they need, and so to involve the communities at the very initial stage of the AI design, so that it's purposeful and meaningful. Also, the need for infrastructural development, of course, but perhaps most importantly, equally importantly, and this has come through most of your presentations, is what you've mentioned, collaborative ecosystems. That's, of course, something that UNESCO is committed to very strongly. And then you have mentioned specifically working within the SADC context. And so that is critically important. And, and keeping that last point in mind, I would like to go back to ADG Ramos and ask her a question, since we're moving very close towards the end of our session. I wanted to underline that one of the key recommendations emerging from our discussion and also discussion on the panel is the need to promote the regional and sub-regional approach for the implementation of the recommendation in Africa, for enhanced policy harmonization, for benchmarking and coordination across the national borders. Also for improved resource mobilization. So in collaboration with SADC and also African Union frameworks. Madame ADG, you have a multifaceted experience in working with countries in the regional and sub-regional context. Why is the sub-regional approach to capacity building and implementation the best way forward?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Rakli and Minister Kandiji Mwangi. You tell me that you admire that I'm waiting here on the other side of the world listening to this discussion, but I can tell you it's worth it. This panel has been just fantastic in terms of the very, very clear understanding that each one of you have of your own needs and contributions and where you want to lead on these technological revolutions. I was listening to Minister Murwira, and I was going to tell him in the office of Lydia we have Pinit Chantalaxi, who is helping us now, but he's moving, and then we will have Amina Hanshari, who's also there, and I'm sure they're super excited at this dynamism that is really emerging in this panel for each one of you. And so what I have to say about the regional perspective is that it's an enabler to go faster. When you work together as countries exchanging your experiences, looking at what works and what doesn't, comparing, looking at the notes, exchanging notes, I think that this is what can be captured in a way that is very useful for members to learn. Because at the end, each one of you have your own realities, your own constraints, your own assets. But at the end, ministers, and you know it, sometimes are very lonely. and therefore, when you get the other ministers that are facing the very same challenges, that are really looking at ways of addressing them in innovative ways and to deliver for their people, I think this learning is fantastic. I have spent my life, of course, in the multilateral system, and I can attest to that, the magic of bringing countries together and learning from each other, documenting and comparing notes, and this is really useful. Right now, the benefit is that you have agreed on a way forward in terms of the ethics of artificial intelligence. It was member states really who put together the whole substance of the recommendation, as we mentioned, on the values, on the principles, on the policies, and I think that I could not agree more with Minister Kandiji Murangi that policies matter, regulatory frameworks matter, So all these questions that each one of you were making yourselves in terms of what systems, for what purpose, how do we advance the use of these technologies to resolve very concrete areas is relevant. But the policy issues and the decisions that the governments need to take, not only to ensure that investments flow on those areas where you need the most of these technologies, but also that you can also control these downsides as we put it in the recommendation, can only be addressed through very sound regulatory systems. And this is not as easy as it looks, and you know it. It's not easy to get the regulations and the policy right. It's never easy. But it's less easy when you are dealing with something that is moving so fast. Because this technological progress and the digital transformation is not only pervasive, but it's also very fast. Every year, every 6 months, every week, we come with different ways of implementing and of using it and of course of abusing it. And therefore, I feel that these commonalities that you can get together in discussing your own ways of addressing the issues can be substantial. And then the international institutions also are at best when we serve these platforms where countries come together to discuss their issues, when we prepare the analytical inputs, when we prepare the examples from other regions, other benchmarks, and therefore you can advance faster. The other point is that I feel that countries from regions, and in this case we are in the South African region, Southern African, is that you have more commonalities. I'm sure that many of the African countries can speak eye to eye with Brazil or Vietnam. I'm going to Vietnam next week if COVID allows. But the reality is that you have shown it. I mean, the profile of the population, the endowment, the very rich endowment in terms of environmental richness of these countries, the novelties that many of these topics bring to these countries are things that bound you together, and I feel that it makes sense to take advantage of these commonalities that we found in certain places to ensure that we can develop faster ways of advancing not only the implementation, because it seems that it's only about the implementation of the recommendation, but the fact is that what we want to have is to ensure the outcomes, to have governments that are capable, knowledgeable of how to advance this agenda, to have business sector that is also aligned through the regulatory frameworks that need to be developed, to have the capacities in the government officials. And this is not new. Let me tell you that just 2 months ago, we got to discuss with the senator that in the US, which is the most relevant country in terms of development of these technologies, had just passed a bill to train government officials that are linked to the procurement system in buying these technologies. Which means, I mean, if the US needs something like that, of course, it's not that we're going to do it like they do it, because they have their own particularities. But the reality is that we all need to know better and deal better with these technologies. And then the support of the development cooperation world. I think that's super important. You have a framework, you have a vision, you have a mission in terms of how do we advance these goals to the benefit of people. But at the end, you also can gather more partners around the table because they know that there will be more synergies in terms of how their investments are used whenever you have these commonalities and whenever you have these tools that can bring everybody together. So I'm all for the regional approach, and I hope that this panel, these ministers, this energy that really escapes any digital devices and reach us here in Paris will really help us to bring these regional approaches together and to move together also faster.
Thank you very much, dear ADG, for this very insightful intervention, which really represents a call for action. And you'll be very happy to know that that recommendation of raising awareness of government officials is also emerging from these discussions and most likely will make it into the final outcome statement. And so we might very well be ahead of the country that you have mentioned in doing exactly that. So thank you very much for that insight, and we look forward, of course, for working together on moving this forward. Meanwhile, we really thank you for your energy and enthusiasm of being with us for this session and also for the previous sessions as well. And we, of course, wish you a speedy recovery from COVID. So we've come to the end of the special event. It's been a real incredible journey, starting from Namibia and understanding the breadth of areas where AI is being considered as an enabler and as a helper in decision making, to Mozambique, where we've heard very interesting initiatives in gender equality, to South Africa, where we've heard how the government has really amplified the opportunities for using AI, especially in the context of COVID, and of course then ending this incredible journey in Zimbabwe, where we've heard about very critically important points in relation to how to turn AI into something that really brings benefit for the people on the ground. So I would like to thank you very much, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen following us from the audience and online throughout this session, and I will just end it with saying that we really look forward to this journey, continuation of this journey together. Thank you very much.